And I've always kind of had a thing for maps. It's, you know, maps are my toys. I'm not nearly as proficient with them as I'd like to be, but I think the tools that we have allow us to begin to tell stories, begin to look at the land a little bit differently. I came about the work that I'm doing now through just my basic work plans and just identifying places and knowing where I needed to be. It originally started out with a project to look at well closures, look at some of the wells on the reservation, and decide which ones we were going to want to close, kind of prioritize them. And so it was a matter of putting them in a place. You could use Google Maps really easy to do that. You know, just basically go out. You could either have the exact lat long and type that in, or you could go to a place and see where it is. Typically, what I did is I was able to find records at the state level that had the lat long of the wells. And for some reason, I also started including these geothermal wells that are associated with the housing units along State Line Road, which is right on the Kansas-Nebraska border. The Sac and Fox Reservation is located in northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska, about 9 miles from the Missouri River. Very Midwestern, very checkerboard. But this is a housing development that is uniquely Sac and Fox. They all have geothermal wells, which is really an energy efficient method of heating the homes. And so having these wells, whether they planned on being closed or not, it was kind of an academic activity to have these exactly marked on a map in relationship with all the other wells that we were closing too. The reason that they come to the forefront now is because we've had a lot of flash flooding. And with the flash flooding came the flooding of the basements, the flooding of the heating units, and damage to some of the units that these have. And right now we're at the point where the lifetime policy limits of the insurance that pays for the repair of the heating units and the wells is running out. And so it's going to be important that we have some planning expertise. These simple little maps are going to basically serve as the foundation for creating some drainage plans for the housing developments. And it's really kind of interesting. A lot of this really was only brought to light about a week and a half ago when we had the last rounds of flash floods that began to, again, ding at the lifetime limits. When we look at places and knowledge combined, a couple other elements in my work plan, my day job is as a brownfields tech. So things like illegal dumping and cleanups of meth areas, which are both represented on this particular map, which also has the wells too, begins to start telling a little bit of a picture on the red earth housing. The red kind of polygon there along Mallard Road, that was a historic illegal dump site. Typically, we've been able to keep that relatively free of trash for the past 5 or 6 years, but it is still in like the acres database. And so I keep it on my map just as a reference point to know that it is a location of concern. And then up along the road are a couple houses that we have detected meth contamination. And so those are in the middle of a phase 2. We'll determine, you know, just how much meth is present and what our cleanup strategy is going to be and how clean we're going to get it. And again, it fits right in with the wells. If we have wells and septic systems down there, there's some potential receptors. And so we're beginning to combine the places that we already have with some newfound knowledge, and we'll begin adding some data from these phase 2 site assessments in the very near future. And then we look at our particular ecological knowledge around red earth. I can put in locations that show where we have upland birds. If you notice right behind the red earth housing, there's a beaver dam, which is a nice piece of ecology there that keeps the water much cleaner than the surrounding waters. Represents a little bit of a hazard when those ponds freeze. I know a lot of the residents are worried about their kids falling through the ice. And we have some really kind of heated discussions about what to do with those dams, whether they're a hazard or something we need to maintain and kind of embrace. The beavers kind of come and go at their own pace. They don't really pay much attention to what the council has to say. So they took off for a couple years, but now they're back. Some of the other things that I mentioned that are more of an ecological nature are places where we do foraging, especially for mushrooms, milkweed, and then the turkeys are pretty prevalent in this area as well. And then when we start looking at more cultural knowledge, there's also a cemetery there that is historic. All the grave markers have been destroyed by a farmer several years ago in the past. And one of the decisions that we're going to be making is whether to kind of formalize the site of that cemetery. Up until now, about the only evidence we have is some really nice pictures of some tribal members out there on Memorial Day decorating the graves and eating a picnic lunch. So it's a piece of cultural history that may have some value to the tribe as well. And then when we look at the traditional knowledge, the Treaty of Leavenworth settled us here in about 1837. The path has been far more circuitous than that, beginning all along the St. Lawrence Seaway, winding its way into Michigan and Minnesota in the North Woods, all the way down through the Mississippi Valley, and then eventually to Northwest Missouri, to Oklahoma, to settlements in Tama, Iowa, and to where our particular group is located at the Kansas-Nebraska border. And so there's a lot of traditional knowledge involving place names and habitats that are different in the Mississippi River Valley or the woods of northern Michigan compared to what they are here or in Stroud, Oklahoma. And so that knowledge can be put on a map and can be used to, in conjunction with the maps we generate here. And then we wind up with projects and places that need healing. Hopefully all that can come together. About 4 years ago, we had a massive tank failure at our truck stop, and we used the maps that we created here to delineate the plume, to look at contamination levels. We can also see there's a pond there, and how are we going to make sure that stays contaminant free? How do we want to go about healing this place? And so the different types of ecological knowledge and place, history are all going to come together to create a planning opportunity for us based on maps and the way we use them. So it's really an excellent opportunity for us. The work that we've done is based on lessons that we've learned and have been taught to us by people like Cynthia, and we're really having a lot of options brought to us now. How are we going to deal with our data? Are we going to, share it widely? Are we going to keep it to ourselves? These are all decisions that we need to make within the process. And as you go about creating your own maps today and selecting the sites that you think are important, keep these things in mind. The place where you are, the place where you came from, and what's available, and what you want to protect and heal. Welcome again, everyone, to this day's training. I'm really looking forward to it. Menwiki Shikiwi, Sac and Fox word that means it's a great day, and it will be a great day, and I'd like to welcome you all. I'll turn it over to Lance.
Okay. Make sure my screen is up, getting shared and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, we would say Hawiti, good day in Iowa language. And I am the vice chairman currently and tribal historic preservation officer for the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska. My Iowa name is Irogre, which means he finds the thing being looked for. So our language is like tied into all these things, right? And all our languages are different. And whereas Sac and Fox is an Algonquian language, we're a Siouan language, classified that way. Yeah. And a very important thing about traditional ecological knowledge is the language itself encodes knowledge. And that's what's really important to remember. I can't see my slides, whoever's controlling them. Could you share the screen for me so I know when to go boop to change?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Crystal. Okay. You can go to the next one. Okay, so what is traditional ecological knowledge? And it's important to know that there are terms here, right? Traditional, indigenous. Traditional, everybody has that kind of their own definition of what that is. For people, it's like, well, we've traditionally done this for thousands of years. And some people, we've traditionally had our powwow here for 50 years. So traditional is somewhat subjective in that sense. But it does mean it's kind of a knowledge system that's passed down verbally from generation to generation. And as Fikret Burks, who was one of the early people who had defined this field, he said it is a cumulative body of knowledge, belief, and practice, evolving by accumulation of traditional ecological knowledge about your ecological system around you, and handed down through generations through traditional songs, stories, and beliefs. It is concerned, I don't know what you, okay. It is concerned with the relationship of living beings, including humans, with their traditional groups and their environment. You may have heard, now this is interesting because I had not heard that the brownfields and HUD programs were looking at traditional ecological knowledge. I knew that the Fishing Wildlife Service was doing that. They use that as part of their management plans, management strategies for like moose and caribou and salmon and those things, working with the tribes that have those in those areas. But this is kind of a new experience for me to hear about it for you all talking about these things. Anthropology kind of came up with this. It started as a term being heard in the 1980s. And it kind of came out of the idea of folk taxonomies and ethnoscience, ethnoecology, studying within the system about how people look at their land and look at the resources and other parts of the land they depend on. So I would say that traditional ecological knowledge is kind of a subset of what they call indigenous knowledge systems. And that would include not just this, it would include the social system, it would include your cosmology or worldview, it would include all these things. But this is a subset of that that's very useful once you get on the land to be able to understand what's going on there. It is also a lot of people kind of do apprenticeships in this within their tribes, and it's passed orally for the most part. It's a lot of times it's not written down for various reasons. So go ahead and, okay, 6 phases of TEK. So you notice the cosmology, which is again your worldview, the way you think of the creator and your ancestors and the environment. That's the center. All these other things go around that. And so the first thing, factual observations, what that means is empirical observations. Things that you all agree on. You see, the wind is coming through, there's certain seasonal changes where animals travel, things like that. Number 2 is the management system. So how do you take care of these things? How do you harvest the salmon? How do you gather plants for basketry, things like that? Past and current uses. Now those things do change. We learn from each other. We gain new ceremonies. We forget ones that are no longer, like for us, we used to hunt buffalo, but we lost a lot of that because we don't hunt buffalo anymore. And we want to try to gather that, but those are going to be differences from the past compared to today. Ethics and values. That's a big difference between what I'm going to kind of caution you about how to look at this, because ethics and values are unspoken. People don't even put them out and look at them and try to understand what they are. The differences between the mainstream and our tribes, our nations, indigenous nations that do this. But it's central, and I'll kind of get to that a little bit too. And finally, it all kind of comes together to form your culture and your identity as a particular nation, a particular people on the land. Go ahead and go to the next one. So I would like to play this little video for you about some of the tribes in the northwestern part of California for the most part. It's a real good introduction, and you get to see some pretty scenery instead of me. So they're going to click on that good old YouTuber.
Yeah, Crystal's working on loading the video.
Okay.
We have a cast of thousands behind the screen.
Yep.
We really do. Do we have it up? Can
Thank
we see it? Yeah.
Sometimes scientists are too quick to assume that the best way to conserve nature is to keep people out. And that approach doesn't recognize the integral nature between human communities and their ecosystems. Tribal communities, including here in the Pacific Northwest, the Yurok, the Hupa, the Karuk, the Wiyot, their whole world view really emphasizes the integral role of people in the ecosystem. And they acknowledge that human well-being really depends on maintaining some kind of a reciprocal relationship with nature. And when you have that recognition, that kind of changes the conversation from kind of an old school view of conservation, and that is, how do we protect nature from people, to a much more open conversation about how do we conserve nature for people.
Territory is a very massive territory. I mean, we run out to Bear Mountain Ridge, to Chalk Mountain, to Berry Summit, to Little River. That is our ancestral territory. So we have a huge ancestral territory that we need to take care of. HSU does sit on Wiyot territory.
Well, I think a lot of the environmental movement really fails to understand that there's this big population of people still in America and all over the world that have just a unique relationship with the landscape that many of us don't have. As we're looking for ways to solve the big picture problems that we're facing with global warming, there are people who live sustainably with the environment for a long time that we should be asking advice from.
Traditional knowledge is knowledge that we've gathered over thousands of years through observation, through practicing, through this kind of adaptive management process. If a certain way didn't work, then let's try the other way next year, and then make sure that we pass that information on to our kids and grandkids so that that stays with our community as this is the way that works.
And a lot of the times, traditional ecological knowledge, it's kind of like a new concept for a lot of Western science folks. They think it's like just a definition. They think it's just a workshop you do on the weekends, or it's just a season, but it's a lifestyle. TEK is a lifestyle that is everyday exercise. It's engaging with the environment, engaging with the resources that are relatives to us, like maintaining their health so we could be healthy. It's like this reciprocated relationship on a day-to-day level, and that comes with land management practices as a form of our religion.
It's understanding a lot more than just empirical data. It's understanding the seasons and the moon cycles and the tides and many other things. For instance, some of my elders, when the spring salmons show up or something, they don't say, oh, it's March, the spring salmon will be in soon. My auntie would say, oh, look, the dogwood is blooming, or a certain flower was blooming. The spring salmon will be here any day. Or look, that tree, the leaves just died on it. The eels will be showing up any day now. So that's like a whole different thought process.
Traditional ecological knowledge equals diversity and harmony. So that's what our prescription of the world, the earth, was to be able to manage that benefits all creation. in a sustainable type of way.
Well, a lot of times in today's society, the focus tends to move towards the socio-economic aspects of a given action. You know, right now, all of the socioeconomic focus is driving us to species decline and regulatory hurdles that have to be overcome, whereas the way we look at things is we start with the socio-ecological aspects of the situation. And so the economics can follow. If you start with the socio-ecologic focus, you can bring the socio-economic piece along with you.
Our knowledge, minimum 10,000 years old. That's a lot of scientific experimentation. That's a lot of time to experiment and try and see what works, see what doesn't work, try again. So all these things that we're doing now, in any of the disciplines where we're sort of like theorizing, making a hypothesis, figuring it out, Native people are doing that too. And then they were like, this is what works. So that knowledge is sort of like, after 10,000 years of that, that's a pretty mature knowledge about how the world functions.
People who have lived in the same place for thousands of years have to be really, really good at some aspects of the Western scientific method. I mean, they have to be super keen observers. They do types of experiments where, well, if we burn at this level, then we can keep the grubs out of the acorns. If we burn too much, we're going to kill the tree. There's kind of experiments through time, or replicates through time. I'm in a biological sciences department at HSU. My goal is just to expand perspective on the different ways of learning about the world. And TEK is particularly suited to what we do up here at Humboldt and blended with what we do, because a lot of what we teach about are natural resources and ecological types of knowledge.
One of the common challenges for students who are interested in a particular line of science, when they arrive to campus, they want to study ornithology and mammalogy and advanced ecology and all those things. But to study all those, you first need to study introductory chemistry and statistics and botany and biology. And so one of the things we're trying to do is to illustrate how those foundational sciences actually matter. Because studying those disciplines not only prepares you for the later sciences, studying those disciplines also has relevance to local communities.
I always have people reaching out to me and being like, I want to be able to know more about what Native people know about astronomy, what Native people know about plants, what Native people know about the soils. Education like here at Humboldt, where we're doing place-based learning communities that say, we want that to be a part of your education, because there is something you can get from that that is going to push your research, the way that you do things, your science forward.
I think it really helps students have a much better understanding of how important science and math and engineering are to everyday life, and also to see the relationships between them and multiple ways of knowing. So the relationships between a laboratory course like chemistry, to math, to Native American studies, and then how all of those pieces of information and disciplines contribute to helping people from all places solve various issues that face them and their communities.
So I often find ourselves in this age having the traditional knowledge and the technology, and that's where, particularly working with the students here at Humboldt State, they're more that computer savvy, I'd say, or that capacity and the more emergent technology, but then working with elders who have that more traditional longer term perspective. And when you align those, you can have a really complex but elegant study in your full circle of research.
Traditional Western science shares some attributes with traditional ecological knowledge. They all rest on careful observation of the world and noticing how animals or plants or the environment is interacting, and then gathering information and sharing that with others. And they differ in how they do those sorts of things. But collectively, all these ways of knowing, traditional ecological knowledge as well as Western science, can advance our understanding of how we can live sustainably on this planet. And so having the humility to stand back and listen to what other people have to say, to what other cultures have learned, and then to share what you've learned from your place. That's really, you know, a lot of what the learning community concept is all about. We learn from each other and we help each other learn.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to be at an institution that supports my personal beliefs as well as my academic beliefs. So that's the unique thing about Humboldt State. That's what our whole culture is about, is acknowledging and valuing the people who would walk before us, but also understanding that we got to leave that same type of impact on future generations.
Right. So, doing traditional ecological knowledge, right? Make sure I'm muted. So that's the next question you might have. How is this done? What are the things that you do? And of course, every place being different. The communities themselves are the ones who actually do it. They're the ones who have been doing it for 10,000 years. And so the question really is more about sometimes as an outsider, sometimes as a person in an agency or even a tribal member who may not have access to some of that knowledge. How do you approach learning about it? Because cultural resources, what you hear about, it's not just archaeology, it's about land use, it's about identity with the land and traditional ecological knowledge. Usually what you do is you start, unlike archaeology, you start through methods in ethnography. Archaeology can add knowledge about the past use of landscapes, like central place theory, catchment studies, things like that, what they call ethnoarchaeology. But ethnography is really the thing. You have to understand how to do these kind of participant observation studies and things like that, because even if you're a community member and you have practiced these things, it's almost in a way, because you're writing reports for these agencies, you have to have a translator, I guess, an interpreter, just like you would need the other way around. But essentially, it all rests with the community. You can't do these things just reading it in a book or doing online studies or whatever. You have to go to the community, and they have to see the value in it. And there has to be some sort of thing, whether it's a tribal college or the tribal government that works with these things. So you can do that. And then the other idea is there has to be some use by the community that sees the value themselves. A lot of us, like I can say for our tribe, we were transformed so much by some of the successes we had in agriculture that some of those things, we still do retain them, like Mark said, about people have interest in, where you get morel mushrooms, and, certain greens, milkweed to some extent, nettles, things like that. But we don't do baskets. People do hunt, but we don't tend to hunt with a bow and arrow. So a lot of the past practices have changed, but it's up to people here or people in your community to determine what they want to do and what they want to maybe try to recover. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And that is basically, what about your work? How does TEK apply to what you do? Now, what I understand, as I was told about this event, Most of you are either housing folks or brownfields folks. And although agencies like the Fish and Wildlife Service, like I said, have had a lot of success in using traditional ecological knowledge, how would that fit in with brownfields and housing and stuff? Because you're talking about places that are kind of damaged, right? Well, in one way, you're dealing with compliance and planning. If you can go to slide 7, that would be good. Thank you. So as you know, working with NEPA, a lot of you are much better at this than I am. I've done a little bit with it. I usually work with the National Historic Preservation Act in my typical capacities. But NEPA must include the study of minority and low-income populations, tend to be a lot of tribal populations. And Executive Order 12898 specifically had guidance for NEPA on these populations, as we suffer disproportionate impacts of significant adverse environmental effects. And again, usually it's sociologists and anthropologists that are tasked with these kinds of studies. Next slide, please. But it's not just compliance as you do your projects that you have to think about, and could have some opportunities. Management, as you saw, was one of the 6 faces of TEK, but that can't be separated from the others. You can't, Western ways of life, I'm not talking about Western science, but Western ways of life often says, what can we take from this, almost like a shopping basket? I say, I like this part, I like this part, and you'll separate it from the whole that gave that thing birth, that made it the way it is. You can't just take management and say, oh, they manage caribou this way, and then we'll do it our way. You have to kind of get into that worldview to understand why it's done that way, so you can see the reasons. You can't just, it's almost like people, when they introduce a species to control another species, and it ends up that new species becomes a terrible new problem, because you're not looking at the whole. You're looking at just a little piece. And then, of course, planning and management for brownfields and housing, looking through the TEK lens, you have to get into the ethics and the cosmology. Go ahead and change the slide, please. Now, by definition, brownfields are damaged land. A lot of the resources that people depended on either aren't there anymore or have been so inhibited or damaged, they're not safe to use. Say mushrooms, when you get floods and you got all the poisons in the river water, and people get excited because, you know, there's all these mushrooms, but you can't eat them. All the pores and the morels, you know, soak in that poison. But it's not just physically like that, there's spiritual damage. And this is where you have to get into the cosmology thing. And most of our indigenous peoples, we see the earth as alive, you know, not just the birds and the animals and the plants, but sometimes landforms and the rivers themselves. We just passed a resolution a couple weeks back that recognized that the Missouri River has its natural rights too, as a living being. And it can be stones, it can be the wind, it can be, they were all these animate forces, these agents, forces with agency, intelligence, and you have to acknowledge that when you go out there. If you're going to even try to begin to understand these things, that's where your mind has to be. You have to go out and see that you're not just the only person there. There's many other than human persons out there. But how damaged is another question, right? So is it like almost dead? Is it like barren? Is it so poisoned really nothing can be done there? Or is it recoverable? And what about the people who do live there or around there? What do they think about that? How damaged do they see it? And you have to take those into account, because they have often been able to, we are often like, because we're used to the land and know what it can do for us and what we can do for it, we often are able to say, well, we can help bring this one back because it needs more bulrushes there, or the beaver needs to get in there and take care of these things. So, but then you have to have people willing to do that. And a lot of us, just as Marcus said, even our people ourselves have been so transformed by Western thought and stuff that sometimes you end up even battling your own people to bring some of these things back. And that's a sad fact, but it is there. But so what do the traditions say about the place? How does one heal these damaged lands? Not just physically, not just like a land doctor. And you know, as a doctor on a human being, you can sew somebody's wound, you can give them medicine, but ultimately they have to heal themselves. Ultimately, they have to take care of themselves so they don't get sick again. In a way, it's kind of like that. You have to find a way to do that. Can that sick land be healed? How far is it gone? And what role could TEK or regenerative TEK have in addressing those issues? So go ahead and go to housing. So this is another thing that's maybe a little bit different about housing. People think, oh, you just make this land that way, you plant some houses on top of it, you follow the codes, you do the regulations, whatever. But that's not part of indigenous traditional ecological knowledge either. Because houses, they're like beings too. In fact, when we build one of our lodges out there, once you put the rib structure out, you can't step through it. You're going through the body of it. You have to go through the doorway. Even if there's no cover on it, you're doing something you're not supposed to do because it's a spiritual place. But many of our, whether it's Earth Lodge or teepees or whatever, they have directions in there, or they're like a person, and they also kind of reflect the powers in the different directions. So it's like a microcosm of whatever world that your people understand the world through, whatever filter, whatever understanding people have. It's not just a box. And also that land itself has history. You can't just put it anywhere, so it's covered up. You believe me. No, I don't want to talk to you. White Cloud Clinic. Anyway, probably I'm dying. No, I'm just kidding. So the thing is that you have to face these things. Sick land itself will inevitably cause sickness in the housing there, the people that live there. Whether it's sickness that's physical because of the brownfield stuff that's going on, the different kind of substances in the ground, they're toxic. Sometimes if land itself is, if you accept the idea the land itself has a spirit, that spirit's been damaged. And that can play out through people's lives and the generations about their emotional health, the way people interact with each other, the violence, the generational trauma, all that can interact. People talk about places being haunted. It can be in the land itself, the problem that's going on. It can be a sick place. And how can you deal with that? How badly damaged is it? Now, on a long scale, of course, Mother Earth can heal herself, thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, but we don't live that long. And so we have to think about that. Another thing I've noticed too is that land is not so far gone and so damaged, can be angry land. If it's been mistreated, it's like a person. It's almost like a wound, and it will put out green briars and poison ivy and ticks and a green wall of growth so you can't even get through it because it's like a scab. It wants to heal itself, and people haven't treated it right. So it has to close off from people. But then you bring your bulldozers in there and you open it up anyway. Well, it didn't get to heal, so it's really angry. It's going to be angry at people, and it'll just be kind of a general feeling of sickness in the community. So ultimately, the bottom line is like healing is whole, being whole, right? To bring back, to make somebody whole. And so if you start thinking about the land as a person, you get further down the road. So ultimately, TEK, next slide, please. TEK is not a tool. Like I said, you can't just take it out there and apply it the way you want to. You have to kind of look at the whole thing. It's to be carved out of the culture and the people it came from. It's an entirely different way of seeing the world. And humans are not separate from nature. We're part of nature, although we're a very dysfunctional part. Next slide, please. So as far as GIS mapping and your exercises today, I would like you to maybe keep in mind things like who are the people, the indigenous people, and sometimes many nations that have lived there over time, overlapped. One might have been 50 years ago or 300 years, and somebody else might have been 1,000 years ago. We don't always know. Who are the people? Also, when you further back you go, people weren't necessarily the same people. Iowa we split from the Oto, and then before that we split from the Ho-Chunk. So tribal identity often can be very fluid as well. So in Lewis and Clark's time, if you want to look at those things and say, well, who's the land acknowledgement here, whatever, Lewis and Clark, 1804, may not be the same people as the 1870. So it's a good thing to remember that too. There are other kind of overlaps in your studies of these things like TCPs, traditional cultural properties, cultural landscapes, and of course, archaeology. The next thing would be traditional land use. What are the traditional land uses? Was it used for fishing? Was it used for agriculture? Was it used for, some places were used for burial and you just didn't go there, you know? And if you want to build a, well, everybody's got the story about building a haunted burial grounds, but you have to understand the history of the land. That's important, not just the ecology, but the history of what happened there and how people used it. Some are prayer locations. And then there's things that are, some are more specific, like this happened there, and some are more like, almost like the Chinese feng shui. So it's like, you know, the spring holds a female spirit, and that spirit, you can't make it stagnant. You can't cap it and use it because that will help, that would cause sickness there as well. And water needs to flow where it becomes stagnant and it gets sick. I see people building farm ponds all over, and then they wonder why the mosquitoes are all over the place because they dammed it up to make this little pond outside their house, not thinking about those other things like that. We talked also about the general principles. And finally, I would say two-eyed seeing is what they call, go ahead and go to the next one. We welcome and encourage, sorry, I jumped the gun. We welcome and encourage both indigenous, that's the TEK side, and Western ways of knowing. And that's part of the reason I showed that video too, not to get you an idea about what TEK was and how it's used in one part of the country, but that education itself, it's not that we dismiss science. We try to take the different ways of looking at things to try to come up to a solution. As long as it encourages that sustainability, and I would say our way of life is not sustainable. So I don't necessarily like that word anymore. I would say regenerate maybe, or to renew, replenish. But as long as it does that, and compassion for all those invisibles around you, the invisible ecosystem, the other persons that are around you all the time, and decolonization of thought. And language is a core to that. If you're going to work with any of these things, you need to begin to understand the language, either of your own people or that place that you're studying, because that's where all this knowledge is embedded in. Final slide, please. Now, just briefly, some of you may know that in 2020, we designated part of our reservation as Iowa Tribal National Park. And it's not like a conventional national park like other people think about. It's not under the national park system. We are a nation, we are a tribe, we're in treaty noted in both ways. So that's why we called it that. But also to help people understand these places need to be protected. So it's just a tiny fragment of our original homelands, about maybe 800 acres, kind of patched together from different areas, but it's foundational. And what we're aimed at is not so much as tourism, although we'll certainly welcome guests. I think you heard in the video, somebody talked about that they want to control how people come in, and we don't want people just coming in and starting fires or whatever. So we have a pretty small community, but we want to reconnect our people to our ancestors in the land. And that's the core mission, that decolonization and sovereignty, through the land-based learning and TEK renewal and regeneration. So that's the two sides. One is the planning, one is the compliance, and one is the how do you begin to make that new connection to the land, and how do you do that? And usually the best way is through the language and through the communities that have retained at least some of those things. Last slide, this is my contact information in case you have questions. That's it for me. 11 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Lance.
Is Mark on?
I am.
Okay, could you introduce James Ratling's video, please?
Yeah, sure. James has been working in climate and data and ethics and mapping for about 20 years now. And I look to him as being a mentor, someone that's kind of uh, showed me the way to go about connecting with tribal communities. Um, has really helped me recruit interns to work on the projects. Uh, Keeping that ownership. Too often in my line of work, there's a real tendency to let's just hire a consultant. And James is very much a boots on the ground person, and he's got a real good message about data and data sovereignty and decolonization. And I think you'll appreciate it. I wish he could have been here in person, but I think he's out in Colorado doing something today. But this is James Radlingly.
Thank you so much, Lance. Hope you have a great rest of the day. See you. Okay, so go ahead and get the video rolling, Mark.
Yeah, you have it, right?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Awesome. Sorry, guys, just trying to find it. Like I said, lots of windows. Let me optimize for motion and video, share. Can we see it?
Yep.
Good day, good evening. Let me begin by saying how Bidakiapi Chante Washtenapa Juzapalo, James Rallingly Himachiapi Na, Sikangula Koto Yate Hamata.
Oh, it might be. Sounds like it's downloading. Hold on 1 second. Buffering. Let's try that one more time. It's giving me some trouble.
Good day, good evening. Let me begin by saying how Bidakiapi Chante Washtenapa Juzapalo, James Rallingly Himachiapi Na, Sikangula Koto Yate Hamata. Greet you with a good heart and handshake today. My name is James Rallingly. I'm from the Woodlands tribe. I'm happy to be here and happy to present some of my thoughts on planning and data and traditional knowledge. I want to thank the committee for the invitation, and so let's move into it. So my title of my talk is Considering Traditional Knowledge in Tribal Planning, and it's an image of youth. And when I think about planning, when I think about traditional knowledge, I think about our future and how we need to do the things that we need to do to get our young people ready for the future. So this is an image of some of my relatives, and I just love it. So let's jump into it. So, you know, my initial thoughts when I think about planning, I think that we need to understand that there are different approaches from the native and non-native to planning. But also we need to think about the term equity in planning and planning what a reconciled future can look like. I think if you talk to tribal people, indigenous people, you know that there's this great understanding to Earth. We need to continue to look at that relationship we have today and what does that mean? I think when we think about planning, we think about plans that will determine the future, the structure of our societies, the equality of society, and the quality of our environment. Tribes may need to address modern issues such as economic development and food security, similar to non-Indigenous communities. So when we think about planning and think about the future in terms of tribal and tribal governments, I think it's important that we recognize that we do live and we do have to think about these issues very carefully. Continuing on, I think we know that there's a lot of variation of tribes. I'm assuming you're from many tribes here today, and so that many of you probably have embraced modern process for planning, while others have embraced a traditional process for planning. Again, as I mentioned earlier, tribal planning differs from Western planning in that it's characterized by spirituality and observation-based methods of interpreting information from the earth and applying that knowledge to decision-making. I think that's a very key point that we need to all understand the role of spirituality in our planning. I think we also have to understand that our plans as tribes must acknowledge traditional and cultural tribal processes for knowledge acquisition and analysis. Tribal decision-making in land and natural resources issues in particular takes guidance from the natural systems in order to make decisions. You know, we pay attention to our relationships to all things around us and to all our creations. So I think that's important as well. So we have to understand the role of people in all this work, right? People are part of the systems and that we have relationships to those systems. And over time, and our ancestors have shown us that we understand these systems. This knowledge has been passed on orally from generation to generation. And these stories contain decision-making directions and information from the land, about the land and animals, about how humans should interact with them. By acting in relationship with the system and honoring the needs of the system, decisions will be made based on what is good for all parties. I think that's very important, that we have this concept called 7 generations, right? You probably heard that. You know, so that's a continuation of that thought, of that process from an Indigenous point of view. And so we have to think about that. We use terms like honoring also, because it binds us. It gives us responsibility. It gives us a reciprocity to all things. So it's important that we hold on to those ideas as we think about planning and think about data, especially in terms of this workshop going forward. I like this graphic a lot because when I started my work at St. Augustine University many years ago, I came across this image, and it's 3 men on a hill looking for the next campsite. And I use this image because it really demonstrates the adaptability of our people, our ancestors from way back when, and how they've been able to include things to survive and to thrive as tribal people. There's a gun, there's a horse. Again, these men were decision makers. They were scouts looking for the next information. They were gathering information, processing information, analyzing information, and bringing that back to our tribal leaders. These men had a great responsibility to gather the appropriate information and to have the integrity to share the right information that was appropriate, that was needed to make a good decision. Of particular importance, I think, for Lakota people, it was a horse. When the horse came to us, it changed everything. But I think also that it demonstrated, our connection to all relationships and all creation. And so we made the horse a relative. And so that was important in terms of how we bring new things into our cultures. And that it has become still a very important part of our culture today, as with many other Indigenous people. So I use this as a starting point, as far as a foundation of how we look at new things, and like planning, like data, like technology, and like science. So that really led me to my work at Sente, and our president, Dr. Lionel Bordeaux, gave me this statement early on. He said, St. Augustine University was started by its founding fathers to strengthen the Sicangu Nation in all aspects of life. As such, this initiative will assist us in bringing two of the essential points of life, the sky and the earth, together spiritually and technically. So he was talking about how we look at satellite imagery or Earth observation and how we bring that stuff back together with the land and how we work together to advance our people and our planning. So it's a powerful statement. I'll never forget it. And he gave me support to do this, is to build products that would help bring digital data and science and technology together. So we had this project called ResMapper. This was done in 2005, many years ago, but I think it's still relevant because it talks about the importance of our cultural life ways, our cultural knowledges, and the role of our languages. So I like to say, Unchi maka naha wichakpi oyate naha wamakashka oyate wo lakota glusutapi. Again, this is our definition for GIS, or Earth observations. And that's important because, again, it brings the relevance to our culture, to strengthen our language and our definitions and how we bring new things into our culture again. So ResMapper was initial first product that we developed as a tribal college with partners like the government, USGS. We had technology partners as well. But again, this was a product focused on the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, our lands, our people, our resources, and our students. So that's the graphic interface. I just think it's a powerful statement about how we incorporate technology going forward. So with that, launched a lot of new mapping efforts on our reservation. Here we had a housing project really for the first time. We developed a map, bringing our languages into it, place names. We looked at resource fire management. So that's a fire on the top several years ago. We looked at wind energy. We did mapped energy in South Dakota and trying to understand how Rosebud Sioux Tribe can do that. We also had a land use project too. So we had soils and brought together different elevation models, and those were really cool things that you're learning this week. Really happy that we made this progress at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And finally, the picture of the elder there is Dr. Dr. Victor DeVille. And again, he teaches Lakota Star knowledge. And so there's always these different cultural aspects to this work when we talk about data and when we talk about planning, and what role do those things play, going forward. So he's one of my mentors, and I'm appreciative of him guiding me and helping me bring these things to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. So I think when we talk about this work with mapping, and to me, it talks about data. And so when I think about data, I think about in terms of tribal nation building. Can this help us with our nation building? And how do we collect better data on our people and resources? And how do we work with third parties? What are the challenges and opportunities inherent in data building and data governance? Do we need to understand that? Also, how do we do this in a way that can be shared among ourselves as Indigenous people or tribal people? Then we bring in concepts like data sovereignty and data nations and governance of data. So these are relatively new terminologies that I've come to work with in now. But I think that's really important that when you have this workshop and we're working on mapping applications and how you bring that to your community and to your tribe, I think these are questions that you need to answer yourself and to think about and to have good answers for, because your people will ask them. And I think it's better that you're informed and that you can teach and share that with your tribal leadership. And finally, I think that these data initiatives that I've been a part of in Indian country and also across the world, should be shared. And we should figure out together how we do this. So there's an opportunity, I think, to build across the globe these efforts. How do we do this work? How do we work with data? And how do we protect it? How do we take care of it? What laws need to be in place? What policy needs to be in place? And what education needs to play so that we do those things well. I think that when I think about data, I think about telling our own story in our own way. We're all working to self-determine. We're all working to continue to advance in our ways. So we need to tell that story in our own way, and data can help. We've always been information gatherers and information keepers. We want to continue to do that. But we also want the type of information that's useful to us, and we understand that well. Just like our ancestors, we looked at essential information and tell us stories. Those connections to the past through our story, how can they be enhanced with some of these new tools? You'll learn about that today and this week. Again, these stories sustain our people and forge our future. Our elders would tell us these things so that we understood who we are, our place in the world, and also what we need to do to go forward. So I think these are exciting times that you're doing this workshop. You're talking about traditional knowledge, you're talking about planning, and all these things matter. And so we got to keep going forward on those things. You know, I did mention data sovereignty. So there's some work going on in our region here in the Northern Great Plains around data and data sovereignty, because we know that to access data, to interpret the data for governance and for planning and for improving economic opportunity and tribal sustainability. So there are tribes working in this area already and been working for a long time. We're trying to figure out, you know, how can we learn from them? I think when we think about a region, you know, can we work at a regional level, regional scale, where we can bring it together, our resources and our training and our efforts like that together to address these really important issues like sovereignty and how we protect and support, you know, our lands and our resources, and how can that improve the lives of our people? We know that to get into this, we need to have expertise. So we need to ensure that we have a level of resources and that can meet our needs, that we can build and share those things as appropriate, so that our capacity can be enhanced, you know, to meet our mission as tribal nations. We have a lot of things that we are confronted with as tribal nations today, and we believe that data has a role in that. So I was really honored to give this talk yesterday to a group of global youth, and I really talked about relationships a lot in that talk. The importance of building respectful relationships among ourselves and with each other from a global perspective, and how the Lakota people think about relationships. And because we do think that way. And so I like to use these 4 R's, and this graphic just shows again that what I talked about, but it's worth, I think from my perspective, it's worth repeating that all our partnerships, because you are working with different people today, that we focus on respect and reciprocity and responsibility and relationality. Those 4 R's are critical, I think, and as we think about going and working together. And I think that as leaders in your communities, it's always good to have these values and promote them, but also practice, because our youth are watching us. And I think that we need to continue to practice those good things. So I think as we think about the future, you know, we know that we can't do this alone. And so I always look at these 5 things that are important to build a framework to do this work and to include traditional knowledge in our work. So I think that we need a shared vision. You know, we need to engage our community, our tribe in that. Partnerships, I like this platform. We have these new platforms now called Zoom that we can do collaborations. I think that with data and with those sort of we can do the decision making and have different ways to do that. Leadership and communication are very important. We have to do that more, and we need good leaders in this kind of work, you know, and we need new leaders. And so what's that look like? What's that pathway look like for building new leadership for our tribal people? And finally, I think we have to think about terms of expansion, scalability, sustainability, and scale. If we have the capacity to do this, then how do we grow? And how do we do this and for our next generation, so we can do more and more of the work that needs to be done for our tribes in the future? So those are the possible framework, again, to think about as we go forward. So, you know, we think about, you know, why we do this work, why I'm here with you today is that, you know, this is our situation today, I believe. You know, we need to restore the balance of care and respect for people and the earth. We know that human problems and environmental problems have not improved despite new technologies and increasing wealth. So we need to raise a consciousness of people, and we need all ways of knowing. All these things come from an indigenous perspective, right? This is how I see it, and what I've been part of the past 20 years of working in this field of technology, science, and traditional ways of knowing. But I think that there's hope, that we got to keep going. And I think this workshop, and they're working with Cynthia and Mark Junker and all those folks that have been part of this work, planning to do this, is important. And I hope that, you know, you'll take a lot of this and apply it to work going forward. So our first step again is that, you know, to hear our voices, to listen to us as Native people. I think we got to better understand our experiences, their experience with planning and planning institutions. I think we got to decolonize the planning profession. As I mentioned earlier on, there has to be a space and a place, you know, to do this work of decolonization. It's a big word now. It's a fancy word, but I think it's still an appropriate word. Indigenous people are coming out of this era, and we do not want to go back into that. We want to go forward. And finally, I think we need to co-create new relations. That's why I'm glad to be part of this meeting. I'll always do these kind of meetings because I believe that these new relationships are important, and we got to do that together. So with that, I want to conclude my remarks today and say, Wopila Tanka, Chichiapalo. Many thanks to you all for this time, and I look forward to maybe meeting you in person. I couldn't be with you live today, but hopefully this video will be helpful to you as you think about, again, Indigenous perspectives in planning and how we think about data going forward. So with that, I want to thank you again, and I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you very much. Mitakuya Oyasi, all my relations.
I think it's time for Cynthia to take over.
Hello. So that concludes our opening remarks to set up our day's work. And now what we're going to do is we're going to start jumping into the hands-on work. So now we're going to be spending a couple of hours being real interactive. We're going to use breakout rooms with smaller groups so we can talk about it. And we're going to actually get up and move a little bit in terms of making maps. So I'll start off by sharing my screen, and I would like to acknowledge that I'm coming to you from Lawrence, Kansas, which is the traditional lands of the Kansa Nation. And I'm very proud of this map because I've worked for a number of years as a trainer for members of the Kansa Nation in mapping out locations that are very important to them. They've been doing the historical work to find the most appropriate names for those locations. And so one of the projects that we'll use as an example later in the day is remapping the Kansas River from a Kansa point of view. But for today's work, we're going to start off with our website, and you all have the link to it. Get this out of the way. You all have the link to it. There's 2 pages. There's a morning session and an afternoon session. And in the morning session, we're posting the PowerPoints from our speakers, and we'll post them as videos, so you'll have access to them. In case you don't have it, here's the website link. And everything for the day will be on this website. All the links, all the presentations, all the sample maps, everything that you'll need. So if you want to look ahead to see what we're going to be doing, you can look at both pages and you can see the day laid out for you. We go down to our first activities. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to introduce ourselves, and we're going to introduce ourselves using Jamboards in the breakout rooms. I'm going to do a really quick demo for anybody who might not be familiar with Jamboards, and then I'm going to do a quick demo of cool things you can do on the Google map that we can add to our Jamboards. So with this website, if you go to the website, you can access the Jamboards. So all you have to do is click on the icon for the group that you're in. You're going to be in a breakout room either with me or with Mark or with Eugene. So you just click on the link. You do not need to be signed into a Google account. Everybody hopefully will be able to access them. If you click up here, you can go to the different pages, and we've got different activities on the different pages. We probably will all be able to work on the same page because I think there won't be more than 10 people per breakout room. But we want you to introduce yourself. So you can use sticky notes. You can use text boxes. If you are logged into a Google account, you can add photographs. And for a lot of today's activities, we're going to be using Google accounts. So hopefully you'll be able to log into them. If you can't, then we'll be having demos and we'll have discussions and we'll be able to do different activities, even if you can't log into a Google account because your computer is locked. So we're going to have you introduce yourself, and then we're going to have you discuss a place in your community that you're proud of. You know, obviously I'm not going to say, you know, please put up information that is private, because this is a public website. So we've just found some activities that will allow you to interact over sites that you're very concerned about or that you're very proud of. And you can see that this is a way that you could interact with your community. If you wanted to discuss different sites with them, if you wanted to gather in people's ideas, you can use a Jamboard the same way that you could all meet in a room together, hand everybody marking pens and sticky notes, and let them post things on the wall. You know, that wonderful experience we have. If we're virtual, we can't do that, but we can use the Jamboards to do that. So that will be one of our activities. Then I set up an activity where you will visit these places using Google Maps. And we all think that we know Google Maps because that's what we use to find a restaurant. So if you go to the public Google map, you know, it's something that most people are familiar with. And one of the things is that if you are talking to people in your community and you are talking about a specific place, chances are someone's going to look it up on a Google map. So you may as well know what is available on it, because that's, you know, they're probably going to say, oh, okay, this is an area where they want to put housing. So I'm going to zoom in, I'm going to see what it looks like. So it's good to spend some time looking at the Google map to see what your community is going to see about that site. So we may as well take a look at it. And there's an amazing amount of functionality now in Google Maps. So I'm going to switch to satellite view because I find satellite view far, far more informative. And now I am going to zoom into Sac and Fox to visit Mark. So I'm going to go on a virtual field trip. Okay, I can go to a particular place like the casino. I can also go to the actual reservation. And we worked with Google to put the reservation boundaries on. So you can see the Sac and Fox Nation here. Within that, I can look for, let's say, restaurants. And the different restaurants will pop up. I can search on Sac and Fox and find the trading post. Okay, now this is kind of boring. Everybody knows how to do this, but there's a couple of things that I wanted to point out. One is that sometimes there are sites that we really want to share publicly. You know, I'm going to talk a lot about data security and data sovereignty and culturally significant sites that we want to keep private. So we're going to talk about that. But sometimes there are sites that we actually want everybody to know about. And in that case, we need to look at the Google map and make sure that if we are interested in like economic development, that the correct information is on the map. So let's say that the Sac and Fox are really interested in promoting their gas stations, their stores, their trading posts, the different things that they own that are involved in the community economic development. So we went to the Sac and Fox trading post, and you can see that there's information here. Now, we want to make sure that things like the times and the phone number and the different information is correct, because if it's not, you're going to be losing business. Well, if it's not, you can suggest an edit. And if it's something that you or the tribe actually own, you can request to claim this business, and then you can control the information that's put on the map. Now, I love, you can see I visit this place. Right before the pandemic, I visited it. I love to go to tribal businesses whenever I'm in an area where that's possible. And so I'll search on the map, and I will go on my way to go to that gas station or that coffee shop or that business. And so it's really good to have accurate information because it drives business And it's a free, great way of advertising. So you can actually suggest edits. The edits will be reviewed, so not everybody can get on it and mess with you. You know, you'll submit information to Google, and they will then decide if they're going to change the base map, which is a really great thing to do. Well, there's a couple of new functions on this that we might be able to use, like being able to go 3D, and we can get 3D views. We can also, people probably know about Street View. We can also drag Pegman, and let's see if we get some blue lines popping up. Has Street View been to Sac and Fox? Not. Let's see where I can get. I just saw the Street View car yesterday going through Lawrence. So let's see where we can get Street View. Okay, anywhere there's a blue line that pops up, we can put Pegman and get Street View. And this is one way of taking a virtual site visit. Of course, the imagery may be older. Like obviously we're soon going to have an updated imagery in Lawrence because the Street View car is driving around. This image was captured in September 2009, so it's older imagery. But if you've got appropriate imagery here, this is one way in which you can take people on virtual field trips. In fact, one of the tribes I work with had Region 7 coming to visit them, and they set up all their brownfield sites on a map with Street View and flew the Region 7 folks through all their brownfield sites with fairly recent imagery, and were able to do a virtual field trip. So one of the activities that we're going to do on the Jamboard then is to search for a location, to find it, and to do screenshots of things like Street View and put that on the Jamboard. And you can see my example here. This is one of the boat ramps that I've helped to put in. And this is Robinson Park, where we're working with the Kanza Nation and the city of Lawrence to try to reclaim some cultural objects. So you can get those through Street View. Another thing you can do with a Google map is you can embed it in your website. It's very easy to embed. I've got the instructions in the tips, where you don't just have to embed a map of the most boring, basic default map. You can actually embed satellite view, embed street view, and embed different views in your website. This is a fully interactive map that people can use. In this particular case, I love the Mid-America All Indian Center down in Wichita. It's one of my favorite places, and the Keeper of the Plains. So when I zoomed in there on the map, I was able to find embedded imagery where someone flew a drone over the keeper. And so I embedded the view on my website from the drone imagery. So you can make these extremely informative and very easy to use. There's a lot of functionality there. So what I'd like to do now is to break us into breakout rooms. So it's not just talking heads, and we can actually work on these things and discuss them. And why don't we spend about 15 minutes in our breakout rooms building our Jamboards.
May I make a suggestion? Because we've been sitting here for a good hour and a half now. Before we go into breakouts, does anyone need to maybe take a quick 5-minute break?
Shall we just take the break and say come back at 11:40 and you'll be in the breakout room?
Yeah, I thumbs up if you need a break.
Let's do that. Let's take a
take a short break. It looks like For anyone else that needs a break, go ahead and enter yes in the chat box as well, just so that we get an overall consensus. It seems like that's what we're going to be doing. Okay, all right, so I'm going to put a Google 5-minute timer then. That way everyone can kind of just get up, leave your rooms open and everything. You're going to come back and yeah, go to the restroom, get a drink, anything.
Perfect.
Oh, you did it. I was getting it going. You beat me.
Sounds perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna stand up. We've got some people who had to pop out and we'll pop back in. So, Mark?
Yes.
When we come back, would you be able to share your screen and show people with PCs how to get to 3D view?
Yep.
Thanks. I can't do that on my Mac. Thank you.
Okay. All right, looks like a lot of us are back. All right, for those of you that are using a PC and wanting to go into 3D mode, there's not much of a trick to it, but if you do pull up Google Maps, it kind of defaults to the version that you see here, which is kind of the basic boundary markers. And when you switch over and your layers button on the bottom left hand corner, you go to satellite view, and you'll also get a bunch of different choices for maps on that left hand side, as well as on the right hand side, just below your compass is a switch you can toggle to 3D view, which allows you to begin exploring at a little bit different angle. And it's kind of interesting to get some perspective. This is our buffalo farm over here. I don't know if we can quite zoom in to get the bison. Not sure where they are today, or where they were that day. But anybody see them? I'm a little busy.
I thought I did, but I'm not sure. I saw little specks.
They're usually right in. Yeah, they're usually pretty big critters on it. Oh, there they are. They're right over here. So
And
that's
Mark,
our bison herd. We've culled the herd quite a bit just because we don't have a great deal of land for them. But the toggling into 3D is pretty neat, and then you can just go back out.
and Mark, did you have an error when you first tried to do it?
Yeah, I did. There was something about some graphics acceleration, but it kind of stopped. I'm not sure why it actually stopped working. Who knows? It might have been in the Google Earth Pro too. It might have been something with that, but it lasted for just a couple days, and then I haven't seen it since. But the ability to come in and out of this and shift perspective is pretty nice, and take on different angles.
When you say you had to cull the herd, does that mean some people were hungry and wanted steak dinners?
I wish they were in that good of health to have been able to do that. A lot of them were shipped off to market, and really were in such poor shape that they were like, we're not going to take any more of your bison again. But we're down from almost 50 to about 25 right now, a really manageable number for us. Much easier for us to care for, and the land is starting to come back, and it's we talk about sustainability. It's probably a good sustainable number right now.
Well, you had problems with flooding, right?
Yeah, and this area right here, is susceptible to flooding. Get back to north south so I can remember where I'm at. So yeah, this is No Hearts Creek, and as you can see, about 30 or 40 years ago, it went from its natural meander to a man-made straight line all the way to the Nemaha River. And so these meanders no longer back up, and when the stream starts backing up, we literally get to the point where we can no longer use this road all the way up to about here, and so we can't access the bison at all. And it makes it very difficult. We don't own any of the land on either side of them either, so that's the again one of the issues with the checkerboard reservation and some of the Army Corps of Engineers and the levees. A lot of interplay, a lot of people using the levees probably not the way they were intended, but he who owns the levees makes the rules, I guess. And so the levee board, we're trying to get members of the tribe on the levee board too, which would be a definite advantage for us. Yeah, so when it floods, the bison are the most vulnerable of our population. And again, as we start looking more at the bison as being a part of the tribe and not just a a pet, it's important that we take care of them, and it's the way we show that respect for the land and the creatures on it. And then to switch out of I showed that you can switch in and out of the 3D. But was there anything else you wanted me to?
No, that's great. And thank you for the storytelling on the map, because this is exactly what we want to be doing. So that was a great example. So shall we go into our breakout rooms now?
Is everyone ready? Because you're going to get a notification asking you to join your breakout room. And in there, you will have capabilities to share your screen and do all that fun stuff. It's going to be, remember, the bottom bar of your WebEx screen is going to have all of that, all of those capabilities. So just keep an eye out for, oh, we make sure to lock you in the rooms. So you can't leave. Typically there's an X to exit out, but we wanted to make sure you stay in there. So we've trapped you. But with that, just keep in mind all of your features are going to be towards the bottom of your screen. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and disperse you. So, oh, Cora did it already. Dang, girl.
Hey, Mark, you need to jump into your session.
Huh?
You need to jump into your breakout session.
Okay, I just got the thing now.
Well, welcome back. Breakout rooms are never long enough.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Now, one of the nice things about Jamboards is they continue
Can
to
y'all hear me? Yeah.
they continue to exist even when we close things down.
I can't hear you, Cynthia.
Huh.
Oh, I've got her. I can hear her.
Yeah.
I can hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the nice things about Jamboards is they continue to exist. If you use a whiteboard in either WebEx, I believe this is true. It certainly is true of Zoom. Once you close the meeting, it's gone. But if you work on a Jamboard, it's in your Google Drive. So it's housed in my workshop folder in my Google Drive, and I can access it afterwards, which is really nice, especially if you spend a lot of time working on it. So what I'd like to do now is to ask for volunteers. Does somebody want to show us on a Google Map or on the Jamboard a place that's important to you? Do we have a brave person?
I agreed to share that part, but I just wanted to leave it open to anybody else that wanted to go first. You want me to go ahead?
Sure, please.
Okay. So, guess I can share that. Are you guys seeing that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So on the right side, I was trying to do a screenshot, but it wasn't coming out right. So I just shared a picture from Waco Tanks, which is a sacred site near El Paso, Texas, and near our pueblo of Isla de su Pueblo. And the story that I shared during our breakout session was that, Waco Tanks there ended up being a road built out there, and the whole agreement was that if the state owned the park, then the tribe would be able to manage the park. But that's not what happened. Well, after the state got their road and they got their ownership, about a year in, they dumped us and just took over. So it still continues to be a place of ceremony and a place for different tribes, not only our own, the Mescalero Apache, Kiowa, And other pueblos in the area have ties to this land, but we continue to try and protect this land and hold ceremony there and contest the state when we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Do we have somebody else who's willing to share? If you could take off your screen and share, and maybe we can get somebody else. Thank you.
Don't be shy.
I think for my group, I have to say I didn't push them hard enough to go to the, places that are special and places that are a problem.
I didn't either. But Jared, did you want to share you posted that the map of the bridge? Do you mind talking a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
And see my screen as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. So down here in the left hand corner, this is a screenshot, a picture of the Wood River Bridge. The Wood River Bridge was built in 2014, and it connects a village called Aleknagik to a little bit bigger of a hub called Dillingham. And for years and years, I grew up in Dillingham, and I went to high school with several kids from Aleknagik, and they had to cross this river every day in a skiff or on a snow go, depending on the time of year, and freeze up and break up obviously were very challenging, and sometimes they weren't even able to make it to school. So it was important for both communities to have a bridge built, but it was also a very big concern for the people there because the Wood River is a big source of subsistence and a very important piece of their land and their history and their spirituality. There are 5 different species of salmon that go up the Wood River into the lake system to spawn, as well as Dolly Varden, other fish, and of course there's moose and caribou and bears and other wildlife that depend on the health of the Wood River. And so it was a successful project, and we haven't had any contamination issues of any type, and we've had really strong salmon runs in the past 3 or 4 years as well. So overall, it was a really positive thing to be able to connect the two communities and do it in a very safe way to preserve the subsistence and not damage the culture as well. So yeah.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, no problem.
That's a wonderful example. Anyone else?
I'm going to try to.
Can I ask a question on the last one? Is there any concern that once you built that bridge, that it's going to open the area up for development and change the whole nature of the community?
Yeah, I think there definitely was some concern with that. I think the village of Aleknagik was split a little bit with that being, the more important concern, and then some people thought the more important concern was, being able to get to Dillingham for school or for groceries on a consistent basis. So yeah, it wasn't a completely unanimous and a decision that everyone was completely satisfied with, I don't think, but yep.
Yeah, and with hindsight, 20 years from now, you'll know what the right decision was. Hopefully, hopefully you picked the right decision.
Yeah, hopefully so.
I'm gonna try screen sharing my Google Earth Pro here.
Fantastic.
Let's see if it'll work or not.
Yeah, Charlie is a former GIS guy using it, but then they took away, he still has the rights, but he can't load the GIS to his computer. So he's been doing what he used to do with Google Earth Pro.
And we'll talk about that this afternoon. I'll call on you, Charlie, when I'm doing the demos.
Yeah, are you seeing my screenshot of the Google Earth?
Yes.
Yes, with the
All
image
right.
overlay.
All right. This is the Mille Lacs Band has 2 reservation areas, and this is a smaller one of our reservation called the Sandy Lake Indian Reservation. It's located about 40 miles north of our main reservation, and currently there's some mineral exploration going on, and boundary here in red is where there's a high concentration of minerals, but the green area is where the state of Minnesota had auctioned off mineral rights to exploration companies. And we have a property here that is only, how long is that? Not very far. Pick this corner. And it says it is 1.1 mile to our nearest community. So we've been speaking with our representatives over at this particular mining company, trying to get all the information we can, and because sounds like they really are planning on mining this in the very near future. Also on the map, I have a delineation between our treaty area, the 1855 Treaty of Washington ceded territory, and the 1854 to the east. And then right before I lost my GIS capability, I took my shape files and converted them to KML files. And so
which is wonderful.
Yeah, and I've imported our tribal lands that are both fee and trust into the Google Earth format, so I could look at where our communities are and where our properties are in relationship to everything. So that's some of the things that I've been doing. And this area within the Sandy Lake Reservation has a lot of sensitive areas because there are historical portages connecting these communities on these lakes. And this is also the birthplace of the Mississippi Ininewug, the Mississippi Chippewa, who basically, after arriving in Duluth Superior area due to the 6th migration stopping area, the Ojibwe, the Chippewa, had divided into 2 groups. One had continued back east to the La Pointe area near Ashland, Wisconsin, where the Bad River Band is located. And the other group moved westward to Sandy Lake, and from here went north and south along the Mississippi River. So this is not only just a historic reservation site with a lot of historical landscape, it is also considered a sacred site for the tribe.
That's a fantastic example, and I'm going to refer back to it after lunch and call on you again. This is a wonderful example of using Google Earth. And aside from the image overlay, the points and polygons could be used by people on something like My Maps as well. We'll talk about that this afternoon. But thank you so much for this wonderful example. It's like, this is the purpose of today, is to get there. Thank you.
And how do I get back?
Okay, I think now we're going to move on to the next activity, and I will share my screen on that one. We're going to start off with working on Google My Maps. Now, we've got, get out of there. We've got two different maps that we're going to be looking at. We just talked about the regular Google map, and that's the public map. And everything on that map is curated by Google. So like I mentioned, you can update information, you can correct information, but you're submitting it to Google. They're reviewing it. Sometimes it may take a few months. And then if it's the data that is the most authoritative for that site, they will update the map. But My Maps is a way of layering your own data over the Google base map. So just like Charlie was layering his own data on Google Earth Pro, My Maps is going to allow us to layer our own data onto My Maps. Now, Charlie's Google Earth Pro example is wonderful because with Google Earth Pro, if we have culturally really sensitive sites and we do not want to put them on a server and we do not want to have it possible for anybody to get hold of it, we can use Google Earth Pro just like we can use Esri ArcGIS laptop, the downloaded laptop versions. And all of our information is stored locally on our laptops. That's our highest degree of security. And when I do workshops for TIPOs and for archaeologists and workshops involving elder knowledge, we use Google Earth Pro, and that is stored locally and it's not online. I always warn people, do not email those files, because if Charlie was to export it to KML, save the KML file, which is this map file, and then email it to someone, he just put it on a server. And so that's not secure. What I do if people are very, very concerned is tell them, physically put it on a hard drive and hand it to the person that you're going to be working with. And if it's really sensitive, it's an encrypted hard drive. And you have a chain of custody that you're working on. So you know who you're handing it to, and you've got agreements with them about who they share the data with. So if it's really sensitive data, you're going to want to make sure that anyone you share the data with has signed on to some kind of a data management plan that ensures your data sovereignty for your tribe. And they know not to email it, and they know not to share it. This is a problem that a number of tribes have gotten into, where they send information to someone through an email, like a consultant, and that consultant then shares it around, and all of a sudden their data is all over the place, and you don't want that. So you share, you store it locally, and you have agreements on how it is then shared. That is for culturally sensitive information, that's our strongest suggestion for how to lock it down. For a lot of the information that we're working with, the security is good enough to put it in like a Google Drive account. So if it's something that you might email, then Google Drive is even more secure. So if it's something that you'd feel comfortable emailing, you can store in your Google Drive under password protection. In that case, you can work on My Maps that stores all your data in your Google Drive. And you can make that password protected, and you can then collaborate with your colleagues. So we can build a My Map, like everybody here is going to be building a My Map together, and we can collaborate on that and share it out. Now we could make that private so that only the people that we share it with directly can access it. And that's as good as your password is. So that's as good as your email is. So if it's information that you discuss by your email, then this is going to be fine. That's how I always look at it. So with My Maps, then it's your ability to build a map with layers on it that you can control. The base map, just like with Google Earth Pro, the base map is called down from the web, but your information is not given to Google. It's stored in your Google Drive in this case. So I've got a step-by-step on how to set up the next activity, but I'm going to demo it instead of going through it, but you have the slide decks for all of these that will take you through step by step. What I'd like you to do for this is to go to the website and scroll down to the form. If you're doing it on your phone, you could use the QR code and do it on a phone, which is really great for public meetings. Let's say you've got 100 people showing up for a public hearing and you might want to get information from them. I'll post posters around the room with QR code. They can click it on their phones and then answer it on their phones. Google Forms can be hooked up to a Google spreadsheet, which can be downloaded into Excel. I've embedded both the form and the response spreadsheet into the website. I'm then going to use that response spreadsheet when we've got enough answers to import it into a Google My Map. Now it's not live linked, which I don't like to live link things anyway, because then anyone who wants to troll you can put information into that form and show up on your map. What I like to do is have people enter the information into the form, screen it for quality control, and then put it into the map. And then we have a fully interactive map with the information from that spreadsheet. So if you could take a few minutes to fill out the form and then let me refresh my screen and see if we're getting some responses.
What if it doesn't have a street address?
If it doesn't have a street address, you can do the city and the state.
Okay.
Or if you have a site, you could right click on it in Google Maps and it'll give you latitude, longitude.
Perfect. And it can also sometimes give you the address. So if you're on a Mac, you control click. If you're on a PC, you right click. Thank you. And you can get latitude and longitude. Right now I've got set up for street addresses. I didn't put a column for latitude and longitude, but this is one thing you can do. I can also get the address here. So I typed in Robinson Park, and then it gives me the street address.
Sure, what it says, what's here. Often if you click that, it'll give you the business and the street address.
There you go. So you can try that. Again, the Google Map is full of data that we can use. This is what the Google form looks like. It's very easy to build. It's housed in your Google Drive. And again, I gave you step-by-step instructions on how to set up a form. Very easy to build. And I've got that hooked up to this Google Sheet. And as you put information into it, this will populate. Make sure you hit submit at the bottom so that it will populate. And then I've got it embedded in this website. And so we'll be able to see the answers.
So Cynthia, to access Google Forms, you just do a Google search for Google Forms, right?
No, what I like to do with everything, yeah, you could, you are right. But my workflow is I have no memory. And so if I scatter things around, I will never find it again. So what I do is I put everything in Google Drive. I've got a million things in my Google Drive. I make a folder. I name it whatever I'm going to name it. I create that folder. And then within that folder, I would go to Google Forms and I would create my form in that folder. And then I would create my responses in a spreadsheet. And I would house that in the folder as well. And that way, everything I need in the same folder. So I don't need to go to Google Forms and Google Sheets and Google Maps separately. I can do it all within my folder. See, I can go to new.
And what's in a spreadsheet, that's the basic for Google My Maps, because that gives you what you have in the address. You have it all in the spreadsheet, and then you just put it on the map, right?
Perfect. Yes. And I can create a Google My Maps in the same folder. So my workflow then would be to build everything in the same folder and share that folder with my colleagues. So all of these are here, and I can go here and do a share, and I can share that folder with Eugene and Mark. And now they have access to my form, my responses, and my map. And it's all in one easy package. Ah, good. We're starting to get some responses. Okay, I'll give you just a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to build our map. Okay, we're getting some responses. Yeah, I work on websites as we're going, so. Okay, we've got 8 responses. Do we have anyone else who's working on it? Make sure you hit submit. And My Maps is pretty smart. So even if some pieces of information are missing, sometimes it will make it right. I'm going to do a little quality control right here. I'm going to remove the MT since we have a separate state. And you might notice it's kind of tedious, but I always ask address and city and state separately to make sure that people put that information in. Because if you just ask them for address, dollars to donuts, they're not going to give you the state. You know, you're not going to have complete information. And then the Google My Maps is going to guess, and sometimes it guesses pretty well. It depends on how unique it is. There's 10 million cities of Lawrence around the country, so it may not have the ability to pick out which one you're talking about, but sometimes it can guess. But it's best to ask people each piece of information separately, because then when I build the map, I just choose the columns I want for the address, and I can choose multiple columns. Okay, so everybody click submit, and I'm going to build our map now. So I'm going to add a layer. And when I add a layer, it gives me the ability to import. So once I import it, that's the information the map's built on. If additional information is added into the form, it won't automatically be put on that map. I'll have to re-import it, which is fine because I can do quality control and make sure it's what I want. But since the spreadsheet is in my Google Drive, I will grab it from here. Okay, here it goes. Now, I'm going to make 2 different layers. I'm going to do one layer out of the place you're proud of. I'm going to do a separate layer out of the place you're concerned about. And you notice I have 2 different sets of addresses. So the first one, column to position your place mark. So I am going to do the one that you're proud of. So it's the street address, the city, and the state.
What if they're both the same place?
Then I'll have it on both layers. That's fine. I can keep up with you. And then so should I do the name of the place in the community, or should I put your name? Well, I'll do the name of the place in the community, but I could do your names.
But I also point out that we're recording this, so if you know, if you try and do this later, you don't remember everything, you could pull up the Native Learning Center recording on Facebook.
And all of this is step by step in those slideshows, so you can do it at your own pace. You know, sometimes it's just one step I've missed, and I just go to those slideshows and just grab it. So all the information is there. Thank you, Eugene. Okay, so we have 2 rows. So let's look at the data table and see what's missing. So we've got some missing information. Oh, because it's lat long. Okay, I could do a separate layer with lat long, and that would be fine. For any given layer, I can only do locations one way. So I might import it according to addresses in one layer and then import it with lat long in a different layer. You just have to have all the address information in the same format, but it's perfectly fine with lat long. Like I said, I can position those in a separate layer. Okay, so we now have a layer with all kinds of wonderful information in it. Let me show you what this looks like to the public, because this is edit view. If I click preview, I get a nicer looking map. And one of the nice things about the public out-facing map is the information is on the left side column, so that the information on the photos and everything is nicely positioned. It's not just jumping all over the place like it is in edit view. Wonderful. Okay, now I'm going to go back to edit view, and I am going to dismiss that. And I'm going to make another layer. And then this is going to be the layer with the places that we're concerned about. So I'm going to go back to Google Drive and import the same spreadsheet, but I'm going to import the other location data. Okay, and this time I'm going to scroll down to the place we're concerned about. And again, street address, city, and state. And I will do name of the place and finish it. Now, whenever we're making maps, we have to think a little bit in terms of cartography and what the visual information is. So it's not real useful to have everything be blue because everything looks the same. So I'm going to style things. So I'm going to, again, this is all in that slide deck. I'm going to use a uniform style, and I'm going to give it, I'm going to name it with your name, and I'm going to click on the paint can, and I'm going to make them all green. See, I can do more icons, and I can choose all kinds of different icons here. I can even do custom icons, like if I wanted to do my logo or maybe the tribal seal, I could do that as well. And then here, I'm going to do uniform style again. I'm going to label it with your name. And I'm going to make these red because these are things we're concerned about. And so I've styled my map so that it's a little bit more informative. So we know that green and red are different things. And we can go in and we can do custom icons, and we can do all kinds of things like that. So if you go to the website, I've embedded this map, and you'll probably have to refresh your screen to see the most current version of the map. But the map is embedded on the website, and it's fully functional, so you can zoom in and out. Like I said, I think I'm going to have to refresh my screen so that we can see the latest information. But if there's anyone who would like to do a screen share and to take us to their place and talk about it, would anybody like to do that? I'm going to, I'll stop my screen share now. Do we have any volunteers?
I'll volunteer my friend Liz.
Well, that was not nice. All right, let's see if I can do this. Here we go. All right, so hopefully Do you guys see a map?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because I have dual screens, and whenever I do the share of my material, then I lose the other screen that has all of your beautiful faces on it. All right, so let's see. Using this map, what I found out, which is interesting, when I zoomed in and click on my icon, that if you notice, let's see, do I have the ability to use tools? Okay. So this here is Catalina Island, and this here is my location in Signal Hill. Well, when I have to get rid of this, when I take you to my site, which is on the top of this mountain, let's see. This used to be used for smoke signals to Catalina Island from our native communities back then. All right, so now.
Now you might notice my maps doesn't have street view.
It doesn't. Yep. I just noticed that it doesn't have the little guy I can drop down.
That's one of the reasons why
on
I
the site.
also show you the Google map, because sometimes you need to go back and forth to get all the tools that you want. So my maps will allow you to add content, but not do street view. And the Google map won't let you add content, but will let you do street view. But if you go
Got
to
it.
street view in the Google map, do a screen capture, you can embed it as an image in your
Right.
My Map.
Okay. So if you go to the Jamboard, you can actually see the street level view if you want, if this is interesting. But
Yes. Could you show us
this
your
is
Jamboard?
really cool to be able to see it this way, because this circle, there's a reservoir, a water reservoir underneath. You know, we're in California, so we have a lot of fires and a need for water and saving it. Okay, that's it. I think that's all you needed from me, right?
Could you show us your Jamboard?
Are you able to see my
Yeah.
screen with the picture? Okay. So I guess if I zoom in, this is the actual street view. And here, this piece of art, steam comes out of this once an hour, and that steam is what signals Catalina Island, which is out this direction. The water's to the right.
Wow.
And these are little art boards, and in here there's on the other side, on the inside, where people are looking through the hole. Underneath it is a piece of history, a picture, an old photograph of this area that folks are looking outward towards. So if you imagine being on the other side of the white wall, right, looking through this hole, underneath it, you'll have a document that will explain to you what is in that direction, because this Hilltop Park has a 360-degree view all the way around. So from this direction, you can see the Hollywood sign. And then over here, you can see Catalina Island.
Wow.
The Japanese farmers used to farm this hill as well. So one of these other boards has the history of the Japanese farmers, and this used to be farmed with sugar beets.
That's a great example. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm.
Does anyone else want to share?
I don't know how to share.
They taught you in kindergarten, Kermit.
Huh?
They taught you in kindergarten.
At the bottom of your screen, you should see a share option of WebEx.
I mean, I see that, but I.
And then a new screen will pop up where you can select what it is that you're trying to share.
Let's see if I got the right one.
There
Oh,
we
I do. Wow, I do. Okay, yeah, this is our powwow grounds on the south end of the reservation. It's right in the mountains. We hold this the second weekend in August. But you know, I'm proud of this place because it's beautiful. But I'm also concerned because if you look to the southeast, that's where the mine is, the gold mine that we shut down a while back. Got shut down, but there's still pollution that goes down what's called South Bighorn Creek, and it goes right along here, and it goes right by the power grounds, and also then just above the power grounds, north of the power grounds is our Sundance area, and that creek runs right by that also, and you know that creek used to run year round. Now it doesn't. Ever since they started mining, there's two mines. This one here is Landusky, and the other one is Zortman. But once they started mining, it diverted all the water, and so now it's more or less become intermittent. And it used to run year round, and there used to be fish in it. And now, of course, there's no more fish, and so that's why this is a big concern. Because we don't really know the ramifications of what was in the water. I mean, you know, we've had cancer deaths because there's two communities well, it's all one big community, but they're split up into little, like this is the Mission Canyon area, or Mission Housing area, and then Hayes area, and then this one here is Pine Grove. But yeah, and we have trails that go up into these mountains for people to, when visitors come or whatever. But this is what we're concerned about. They have 3 pads up there where they are, I guess, cleaning the water. But this used to be this area right here used to be one big mountain. We called it Spirit Mountain, and it was the largest mountain in this group of mountains, Little Rockies. And it was crazy because they told us that after they were done or whatever, they were going to rebuild the mountain. Well, you can't rebuild a mountain. So I don't know where they were getting their information. But it's been a concern for years. But also in the mountain they tore down, the reservation goes something like this. It goes right around here. It's what's called the Grinnell Notch. And it used to be our land, but once they discovered gold, the government pretty much they blackmailed us into selling it to them. They were not going to give us rations or anything until we gave them the okay to mine, and they took that little notch back. We're trying to get it back, but we're getting a lot of fight from not only the 2 communities, but also Phillips County. And I used to go up here in the summers when it got real hot. There was what we called an ice cave, and you can go in there and just cool down. But yeah, I guess that's what I got to say about that. But like I say, it's a concern because water. You need water, and these mountains are sacred to us. They're called the Little Rockies, but we either call them the Fur Cap Mountains or the Island Mountains. But I guess that's what I got for that.
The story just hurts your heart, but that was such a beautiful example of using a map to tell a story.
And the thing is, you can see like where the mountain's literally just been removed. I mean, you can hear people talking about that, but you see it, and Kermit tells about it. It's right there. It's just like, yeah, well done, Kermit.
Thank you.
Yeah. To be able to be immersed in the landscape, even if we can't be there personally, is such a amazing experience. Do we have anyone else who wants to share? Well, then if I could get the screen share, I'll give a real quick advertisement for what we're doing this afternoon before we
How do I get out of
break.
this? I don't know how to get out of this.
I
Maybe it's up
think
towards the top, Kermit.
Oh, look at
Yeah,
this
up
screen.
at the top, if you hover your mouse, you should be able to see stop sharing.
I don't see stop sharing.
Oh no, like all the way up at the top. Like move your mouse to the top of your screen, and you should see like a pop up and stop sharing.
Oh, okay, here it is. Here it is.
There you go.
There it is. See, I'm very technically challenged.
Oh no. The amazing thing is they all make it so very difficult to stop screen share. It's like we get trapped. So we've gone through, let me get back into screen share. So we've gone through the morning, and thank you so much for everybody. It's been really wonderful to hear the stories and see the maps. And I think we're off to a great start. So for the afternoon, then we're going to dive much deeper into making our own maps. So the afternoon session, we'll start off with us discussing this idea of direct to digital mapping. This is something that my Canadian colleagues have perfected. I often work with the Indigenous Mapping Workshop every year, which is a huge gathering in Canada. And if it's okay with everybody, I'll share out the links to that to your emails. I'll also share out the links to the Google Geo for Good conference, both of which are week-long deep dives into what we're learning today. In terms of the Indigenous Mapping Workshop, they also have a week-long Esri track. They usually have an OpenStreetMap and several other mapping platforms represented there. So I'll share those links out with you after the conference. But for the afternoon, we're going to start off with this concept of direct-to-digital mapping. So if we're going to do, say, mapping of cultural knowledge, if we're going to do mapping of community knowledge of our, say, our brownfield sites, we're going to do things where we're interviewing or we're trying to bring in community knowledge. In the past, we've done that by handwritten notes and paper maps, right? And then we've run out of funding and we've never been able to do anything with them because we have a huge pile of paper notes and paper maps. I have file cabinets full of paper notes that have never been digitized from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We don't have to do that anymore. We can do direct to digital, which means that we can take the information directly onto the maps. We can record the information as we're doing the interviews, and we can very, very quickly produce the maps. This is a picture from work that I did with the Indigenous Design and Planning Institute at the University of New Mexico. We went up to Alaska and worked with one of the Alaska Native villages, and were able to have a turnaround time of 1 day between the interviews for the community and actually producing the map that they then took to EPA. So we can have a very short turnaround time, and as we all know, that counts for something, because sometimes we're dealing with real time crunches. You know, we've got a project coming in, or we've got a need that isn't going to give us months or years to produce the maps. We may actually need to do it much more quickly than that. Another advantage of the direct digital is we can put as much information on it as we want. So in this case, we had 30 people coming to one of the most amazing dinners I've ever had. They put on this fantastic dinner for all of us. The entire community showed up, and we were able to map everybody. So we didn't have to choose who's the expert. We could have all the children, we could have everybody contributing to the map and have it be full of really rich data that way. So there's a number of different reasons why we like to do the direct-to-digital mapping. So that's the approach we're going to take. We're going to talk a little bit about interview scripts and how to actually run it. But then we're going to work on two tools. We're going to work on Google Earth Pro, which is the desktop version. And that was the wonderful demonstration we just had on what you can do with the desktop version. And the discussion that we just had about how that allows you to have the highest level of data security. But we're also going to talk about the new Google Earth Web. And an example of that is the Kansas River in the Kanza language. So we'll talk about both of these tools, and I'll give you an opportunity to use them. So for the afternoon, there's going to be 3 parts to it. We're going to come back and we're going to build a MyMaps. And that MyMaps is going to have your own data layers on it. We're not going to do like we just did and use a form or anything. We're going to directly build on MyMaps. Then we're going to use Google Earth Pro, and then we're going to use Google Earth Web. And all of that information is on the website. So over lunch, if you want to just give it a quick glance, you can see what the afternoon is going to consist of. But the afternoon is going to be the real meat of it. So hopefully everybody's going to be able to come back and build their own map. And hopefully you'll be able to take a map home with you that you'll be able to use for your own work. Do we have any other housekeeping things that we need to do before we all take a stretch and eat some lunch?
Not that I can think of. Cora, are you good with registration and whatnot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone have any questions, concerns, comments, anything we can possibly help you out with? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. Well, how long are we going to break for, Cynthia?
For the full hour. So in Central Time, that would be, we'd come back at 2 o'clock. Eastern Time, we'd come back at 3. Pacific Time, we'd come back at noon, right? Or is it, oh, what is it, Pacific Time, 11?
The West Coast is noon.
Yeah.
Oh,
so we'll plug it into the chat. Everyone can go ahead and just mute their, turn off your cameras, mute your microphones and all that, and we'll have a timer up. So as soon as the timer's up, come back.
See you back.
See you back.
Google Earth.
Okay, that would be very helpful because right now the Google Earth imagery that I have only goes back, the newest is 2015. And if I could get something that is newer, that would be really helpful.
I just put my email in the chat for everyone. And if you email me, I'll get you directly in touch with the tribal liaison. And what she does is she has priority to put in requests for image updates. And it still takes about a month. But if you send her like a KML file of the area that you need updated, that will get bumped to the head of the queue.
Okay.
Hey, Cynthia, you've used the term KML file a few times, and I think some people know, but maybe some people don't. Maybe you could just
Okay,
briefly explain that.
Everyone needs to stick around for the next hour.
Okay.
And Charlie and I will stop talking shop and we'll actually get into it.
Well, it is just a little past the top of the hour, and just welcome everybody back for the afternoon session. Again, more hands-on opportunities for you to work on maps, ask questions, begin integrating some of the TEK and tools that we have into the overall process of your particular project, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay, so we're going to have a couple of activities, and then at the end of the day, we're going to spend about an hour working with Eugene, talking about the TEK policies for the different agencies. So we started off with Lance and James giving us that wonderful overview of TEK, and we're going to end it with Eugene talking about how do we actually implement it. If we're going to write a proposal or we're going to do a project and we're going to interface with the agencies who may or may not have the on-the-ground expertise that we need, how can we look at what are their policies and how can we invoke their policies and actually use that to be able to incorporate TEK into our planning. So I want to give a pitch for the end of the day. In the meantime, we're going to have a couple of hours of mapping now. So I hope everybody had coffee for lunch. I hope everybody got to stretch and had a good lunch. And I will launch into it. Since we have a relatively small group, I think we'll just stay in the main room rather than doing breakouts and talk in the main room. So this is where we're going to get to in terms of working on our projects. But let me get us to our website page. And if you scroll down the page to the afternoon session, we've got an activity, a My Maps activity on this page, and then we have another page with the Google Earth activities that we're going to do in just a little bit. Don't worry if you can't get Google Earth Pro on your computer. We'll work around that. So don't leave if you can't get Google Earth Pro on your computer. Stick with us. So yes, David Ramsey. So what I'd like to start doing is do something that's going to be really useful for you. So I want to start building a community map, and you can put on it whatever you want. You know, now you can start building it the way you want. But my suggestions, just to get people started, is kind of vague. Find 3 points, 3 places that are important to you. So we've got some step-by-step directions here, and we've got a slide deck here, and we've got resources. You're going to need to have a Google account for this activity. So hopefully everybody has a Google account. And I don't usually go step-by-step these slides, but I'm going to go through a few slides and then do a live demo. So we're going to start off by signing into our Google accounts, and that's going to get us into the edited map version. And then on the website, if we can have up to 10 layers, so we might all be able to work on the same map, but we've got a couple of different maps here. So if we have more than 10 people, go to the next map. And if you click on the link, it will take you to an edited version of the map. So I signed into my Google account, and then I clicked on the link, and it should open in the edited view. I will be happy to show you how to start from scratch with a map, but we're going to start off with this one. So this is a workshop map. Everyone's going to get a layer. So you're going to build a map in your layer. And like I said, we have up to 10 layers. Think of layers like folders, and you're going to put all your content in your folder. You can tell that you're building in your layer if there's a blue line on it. So if you click on it and you get this blue line, then anything you add will be in that layer. if you make a mistake and you just start adding things and it's all over the place and other people's layers, you can drag and drop it, but the drag and drop is kind of a bit of a pain. So if you can, try building in your own layer. And since we're all going to be building on the same map, and I don't have to worry about you guys, but I often do this with college students. I always tell them, don't punk the other students, because sometimes they'll get into other people's layers and do all kinds of things. So if you see things added to your map that you didn't add, it's because another participant did it, and don't delete it. Periodically, if you refresh your screen, you'll see everybody else's content, and it's really fun sometimes to be jointly building a map and being able to look at what other people are doing. You can imagine doing this with your community. So let's say that you have, you have a whole bunch of middle school students. They're the best. I think our technology knowledge goes downhill after middle school. But if you have people in your community who are reasonably comfortable, and this is not going to be a hard tool to use, if you have people who are reasonably comfortable, you can have them building the map at the same time. You can put 10 people around the table and have them all adding content simultaneously. And this is another way of getting everybody involved in group map making. So the navigation is pretty easy. Everyone knows the plus and minus to zoom in and out. There's a measurement tool that you can use. There's a search bar, so you can search for the location. We have the ability to add points by clicking on the pin and dropping the pin. And then in Google Speak, a pencil is editing, a camera is adding images, a trash can is deleting, a paint can is styling. So those are the only icons you really need to know. So if you can just drop a point. If you want to put a polygon, you use the next tool over, which is the line tool, and you draw a line, and all you have to do is go back to the first point, double click, and it's a polygon. You can add content by adding a title. You can put as much text in it as you want. You can add photos. When you add photos, you can also add YouTube videos, and you can make it into a slideshow. So you can add several photos and YouTubes together, and it'll act like a slideshow. You can style points. The paint can is for the icon that means styling, and you can choose different colors. You can choose the icon set. Click on more icons. They give you a fairly extensive icon set. If you go to the filter box in the upper right corner, you can type in what you want and it will take you to it. So they've got a pretty good standard set of icons. But you can also do custom icons, and that's really fun. So you can do, if you want to use your tribal shield, if you want to use a logo, if you want to do some kind of custom image, you can use that. Try to make it fairly simple because it's going to be very small. So you don't want it to be too elaborate, but you can do custom icons. So again, with lines and polygons, you click that line tool, and you can style it by different colors. You can make the polygon transparent so you can see through it. If you want to make it completely transparent, you can just make a wider line so that the line shows up for the polygon outline, but not the color, because it's nice to see through it. Okay, so this is going to be a public map. It's going to be in the website, so you're going to be a little bit careful about what you put on it. Like, I ask that you don't put like home addresses and things that would be privacy concerns on it. But we'd like you to put in 3 things of importance. Again, here's the point. Here's the line. And if I go back to the beginning, it makes a polygon. If I want to measure something, it will give me the measurements. Okay. And like with any map, you can pull it around, you can zoom in and out, and do all the basics. You might notice that the My Maps does not have, it doesn't have the street view. So we're limited on that. So, any questions? Okay, I'm going to turn you loose now to build your map layer. And let's see, let me give you a layer number so we can do this. So let's make Charlie number 1, Andy number 2, Elizabeth number 3.
I have 10, please.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Kermit number 4. Brendan number 5. Dana number 6. I have a J Miller. What is your name?
Jared.
Jared number 7. And I'm going to apologize beforehand if I mispronounce this, but IQ? What could you pronounce that for me? Number 8.
Thomas Hugh Anderson. He's on his boss's computer.
Okay. And then we have Crystal number 9. And do we have, start putting your, go to it, start putting your names on the layers, and let's see where Melissa will be, because I think we've got one more layer. So start putting your
You
names
can
on.
give 3 away because I took 10.
Okay, so Melissa's number 3. So all you have to do is click, and then it will let you edit, and then you can put your name in it.
All right.
Okay, good. Keep putting your names on them. Claim your layer.
Can we just save it?
Oh. Okay, so Elizabeth, you're you are overachiever. It auto saves.
Okay, so I mean, what do we do next?
So you want to use the search bar. I want you to put in at least 3 places that are important to you.
Okay.
Okay, and it looks like Elizabeth ported a spreadsheet. So that's great. You can edit it now. I'll show you a couple of tricks. So if you go here to layer options and you open the data table, now you can see the data table from the imported spreadsheet, Melissa. And you might want to go through and delete the empty ones. And if you delete the empty ones, that will clean it up a little bit. You can also you can also use one of these to type in text. So if you want text to show in the bubble, you can do that in the data table. You'll see that if you edit it, you're constrained. You can rename it here, and you can do a few things. But if it's a spreadsheet, then it constrains you to the fields in the spreadsheet. And Melissa, if you'd like to make your own map so that you can do something more extensive, why don't you use either Eugene's or Mark's map, and then you can put multiple different layers along with your spreadsheet data.
I'm not seeing any other changes other than my own on the map. Do I have to refresh, or am I on the wrong? Okay.
No, you have to.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, refresh, and then you need to open their layers. So one of the nice things is you can turn on and off layers. So if you're going to present and you want to present certain information, you can turn off the other layers. And everything in that layer, like everything in the folder, will turn on and off together.
Okay, we made us 3 points and that's it.
You can map anything you wish.
I mean,
You know,
I
so,
already picked my 3 points.
what would you like to map? What's the story that you'd like to tell?
Oh, I don't know.
Whenever we're making a map, we're thinking of what is our story? You know, what is the information? What are the data? What is it that we want to be able to say? And so you start thinking about, okay, if I'm going to start mapping my layer, do I want to tell the story of economic development for my tribe? Do I want to tell the story like Mark did of what happened during floods, or what happened to his bison herd? You know, what is the story that you want to tell?
So I just did mine. Are they showing up on theirs?
Oh, good. Someone's changing the icons.
Oh. And how do we change the icons?
What you do is you go to the paint can, and that lets you style things.
Where's the paint can?
It's either next to the title of it, or it's in the pop-up. It looks like a pitcher pouring water.
I don't see it.
You're in edit mode? So does your screen look like the screen that we're seeing here?
No.
Okay.
I'm on your group.
Right. But you see the tools, and you've been adding markers.
You see your name there, Kermit? When you changed it.
Okay, here's
I see
Kermit.
my name.
I don't see any locations in it though.
Huh. I got
So you
3
have
points on her.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me refresh.
And see, I added one. I put Kermit's Yacht Club there in Hayes.
I don't see the paint can though.
I don't see points under your number 4.
Yeah. Huh. Was I supposed to? Huh.
Click on number 4, and get that blue, and now add your points.
Kermit, you're in my folder. You've added the Yacht Club.
I mean, who? Well, I'm showing Cynthia's group.
Yeah, but it's the layer. So which layer is he in?
He's in layer 1, Charlie.
Oh, okay.
How did I get
so? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to make this individual styles. We need to find his content, and this is Kermit's Yacht Club. Okay.
Oh, so, it's only showing 1 point though.
Yeah, so what we need to do is drag and drop it to your layer number 4. There. Okay, I put Kermit's Yacht Club in layer number 4 now.
I don't.
Can you see it? Can you refresh your screen?
I'll refresh my screen.
Uh-huh.
Then you got to click on 4 again.
Yeah, make sure you've checked 4 so that it opens up, and you should see Kermit's Yacht Club.
No, I don't. I clicked 4.
And you refresh your screen?
Yeah.
Try it again. And let's see if we can make it come up.
Now my point's gone.
Okay.
I'll do it again.
Try adding it again. So if you have the blue line on number 4, Kermit Snow.
I don't see the blue line.
Okay. I'm going to stop screen sharing.
There's
Okay.
the blue line.
Okay, now when you drop your points, it will show up in your layer.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Okay. And if you see things in your layer and you hover over it, you put your cursor over it, you see the paint can pop up.
Okay. Okay.
I'm seeing some really nice styling with icons. Now make sure that you're giving them titles, you're typing in text, and you're adding images. Ah, Kermit's Yacht Club has a boat.
In Montana.
This looks like a custom icon.
I'm not seeing that boat club thing.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing and maybe you could share your screen and show me what you're seeing.
Huh. I'm just getting lost here.
That's okay, show me what you're seeing and we'll figure it out.
I think this is what I'm seeing. Okay, yeah. See, there's one of them.
Okay, so okay, what you need to do now is see where it says plus add to map in the pop-up.
Plus where?
No, where it says Snake Butte in the bubble over the icon.
Yeah.
Okay, it says plus add to map.
Oh,
Go down there. There you
click
go.
on add.
Click there,
Oh.
and that will add to your layer. There you go. Now you got it.
Oh, there's a pink pen.
Yeah, because when you search on it, you have to add it to the map. There we go.
Okay, so I'm done with that. Now
Okay.
add another one, right?
Now what you can do is, if you want, you can see the details from Google Maps. You can remove that. Click on remove in that pop-up.
Click on remove. Where?
Yeah, click on remove. So it's, yeah, go over a little bit more. There you go. Click remove. Now click the pencil. Yep, click on the pencil. And now see there's a blank box. You can put your own content there now. You can write what you want about it. You don't have to have what Google or Wikipedia or anybody says about it. You can write your own content.
Okay. You just put it whatever I want in there, huh?
Yep. It's your map, whatever your story is. And you can put like whole paragraphs in there.
Oh.
If you were interviewing someone, you could be having them tell you things and you can be typing directly into it and you can build the map together. And what's nice about that is you can zoom in and you can look at the place together and you can discuss it and then you can build it collaboratively. Okay, and when you're done, you have to click save. And there you have it. Now, if you have any images, if you click on the camera, you can add a photo or a YouTube.
Okay. You know, I tried to get one from my pictures before and it wouldn't let me.
Huh. So from your pictures,
let me try again, see if it does.
Okay. While you're in Google Photos, let me point out another cool thing you can do. If you have a photo album, you can add that directly to your map. And if your location was turned on and it's got GPS coordinates in it, they will go to the right place. So if you had like 50 photos in a photo album, all GPS geolocated, all 50 of them will pop on the map. And you don't have to do it one by one.
I forgot where I found. Hmm.
What about some of the extraneous stuff? Because like I'm going through, looking kind of the stuff Andy's doing, and as you zoom in, her three, the four things that she's got out there are pretty evident. But then all of a sudden we start winding up with some of the other things, the other content that's not hers. Everything from the airport to the hospital, a galleria. Is there a way to kind of minimize that?
Not in my maps. You can in Google Earth Pro and Google Earth Web.
Okay.
But the base map content pretty much stays in my maps.
Okay.
One thing you can do is you can switch back and forth between the base map styling. And you can use satellite imagery, but there's other choices of base maps, and we can go through that. Hey, that is great. That is great, Kermit.
I rotate that picture.
Yeah, unfortunately, it insists on putting them in the direction that you took them, even if you've corrected it. but you can see how to do it.
Okay, so I'm done with that one. I just exit out of.
Yeah, just click X and go to the next one. So if you want to give me back the screen share.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's very, very helpful. I think we've got things pretty well under control. Yeah, you just have to click that add to map.
Okay.
So if you want to change the base map, which goes along with what Mark was just asking, at the very bottom of the layers, it says base map. And if you click on the drop down, you get a number of different base maps you can use. Like you can use topo, or if you're going to put it into a website and you want a particular color scheme, you could use, that takes out most of the content. You can use the street map style. I like satellite imagery because I think the imagery gives you a lot of additional information, but you can change the base map.
Hi, I'm in training till 5. Text me.
Now, if we were going to show this like a presentation, we would click on the preview here, this eyeball, and that would give us the view that most people would use for a public view. So now the content comes out in the side panel instead of popping around, so the map is easier to control. You can literally show a PowerPoint this way. So if you had images it will carousel through a series of images. So if you've had like 7 or 8 different photos and YouTubes, it would act like a slideshow. You could literally, and I've done this, you could literally take a PowerPoint that you want to show, turn it into JPEGs, embed those JPEGs as images, and then show your PowerPoint while tooling around the map.
Okay, I did all 3 of my points.
Okay. Oh, this is beautiful. All right, so would you like to go into preview mode, share your screen, and tell us about your points?
Oh, really? Okay. All right, I'll try.
Volunteering. I take it for volunteering.
Oh, okay. It'll show all 3, right? I just have to zoom out.
Now check off everybody else's layers except yours. Let's do this very formal. Leave layer 4 on, but check off everybody else's. And that will clean it up. And you know, if you wanted to say, okay, here are all the brownfield sites, here's all the HUD housing, and you wanted to do those separately, you could put each item in a different layer and then turn them on and off. That's one way of handling it. Okay, now there you go. One of the things I'd like you to do is to go into the panel above where it says Kermit and go up to where that eyeball is where it says preview and click on that. And this is going to, and then dismiss that notice. Yeah, just dismiss that little bar up there. That's annoying. And now you're in presentation view. So now if you click on the left side panel, it will take you there and show the content. And then you can tell us about it.
Kermit's Chocolate. Now I see it. Okay, so what am I telling you about? Which one? All of them?
Just click on whichever one you want to start with and tell us the story of them.
Okay, now this is it's also a recreational area. There's a reservoir out there called Snake Butte Reservoir, but Snake Butte is kind of a sacred place. And way back, you know, it was also like what would you call it? A marker of some sort for all the tribes that used to pass through here. You know, they'd recognize that as a landmark or whatever. And it's called Snake Butte for a reason. There are lots of.
Let's see it. Can you zoom us in? I want to see it.
There is. Well, here's the reservoir, but the Snake Butte is like this whole area here. It's a beauty. I mean, if you look at my screen where I'm at, you can see it in the background. You know, where it says it's my virtual background. That's Snake Butte in the background.
Oh, okay.
And
this will be fun to see in Google Earth when we can do 3D.
Yeah, like I said, it's called Snake Butte for a reason. There's all kinds of rattlesnakes out there, and it's also part of the buffalo pasture. You'll see sometimes if you're lucky, you go out there, and if you do happen to go up on top, there's a couple ways to go. You can go around this way or this way, and you can come up this way and come up on top. You can drive up on top. Sometimes you're lucky, you'll see all the bulls, the buffalo, the old bulls. Sometimes they'll go up there, but you'll see all historic markings. I mean, not there's petroglyphs up there, and what do they call? There's fasting sites up there also. You know, on this further, and but yeah, that was like an old landmark that all tribes use when traveling on the north. And like I said, there's lots of petroglyphs, but that's our buffalo roam this whole area. We got about 500-600 buffalo, and sometimes you'll see the bulls up here on top laying around, and then over here there's a spring. It just comes out. And at one time we were I used to work for irrigation, and we were gonna dig out a place when that water comes out, it will pool up, so the buffalo would have a place to pool up. But I drove out there first as I was a foreman at the time, and we got up on on a site there, and all of a sudden we started walking around, and then I seen, whoa! I had to call our heavy equipment operators, our truck drivers, and told them don't come out here, because I had run into a bunch of teepee rings.
Ah.
So we had to scrap that.
That is pretty cool. I helped the Blackfeet do a project where they used Google Earth to identify the teepee rings before they sent the archaeologists out. And the grass in places like this is short enough that you can actually zoom down and see them. That's really cool.
Oh, yeah. So so the buffalo don't got no watering hole. They don't go over here. That's recreation. We have fishing. We have fishing derbies for kids. But yeah, also that's where one of the first places they reintroduced the black-footed ferret.
Oh wow!
And I'm
There's
not
a lot.
just recently. I'm not sure if they put it in here, but we just reintroduced the swift fox. And,
That's exciting.
And it's pretty amazing because they have collars and they track where everything they go. But they just recently found out, I think it's to the east here, more east. One of the couples or whatever had a litter.
Oh,
So
great!
We have our first litter of swift fox on a football.
Congratulations!
Yeah,
Congratulations!
The black-footed ferret were mainly. I mean, one of the reasons they were introduced was we have a lot of prairie dogs. I mean, there's so many prairie dog places. So I was hoping that's one of their main diets.
It sounds like a wonderful place.
Yeah, so it's kind of a sacred place. He used to fast up here and everything, and like I said, it was also a landmark for all the tribes that went through here.
If you're got GPS collars on the ferrets or the fox, and you get the tracks, you can actually
they do the fox.
Maps. You can import them and layer them on, especially into Google Earth. But you can.
They did put it on something on where everybody could see it. They do have collars on them. So they are tracking them. And
that's wonderful.
Like I didn't put a marker here, but I think it's right about here. We have another. We have let me see if I can zoom in. Trying to find that house. I think it's right here. This right here is the fenced off area where we have another herd of buffalo. This herd of buffalo here in this pasture are the Yellowstone buffalo, the pure buffalo. We don't want them mixing up with the herd over here because these are the pure. They don't have no cow in them or whatever. But yeah, that's so we have two buffalo herds, a big one and a little one. The little one is the buffalo we got from Yellowstone.
And swift fox, black-footed ferrets, and prairie dog, and it's a.
we get a lot of hunters here. You know, we got people that guide anywhere from big game to the prairie dogs. Now this area here is it's about halfway between the north end and the south end of the agency. There's three prominent buttes they call three buttes. This used to be an old fire lookout. There used to be a fire tower on top of this, and it's ironic that it burned down.
That's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, this is I just put this on there. I mean, there's this one. I mean, there's actually just north of that is another little place called Wild Horse right here. But yeah, this one it's kind of like I say, I used to be a foreman for irrigation at one time, and I remember coming through here. We were doing some work for the tribe. We have a tribal farm back here, and we were bringing all our heavy equipment through here. And I remember going through here, and all of a sudden, you know, I had all the semis behind me and everything. We just heard a scream, big boom, whatever, big loud sound. Like I said, "Whoa, one of our trucks break down or something." You know, we thought one of our semis or something here. We looked up, and there were a couple of jets from Malmstrom Air Force Base flying right through here, right through these two buttes here, and they were about like just 100 feet above us.
Oh wow!
That was that big sound. Was well before the Malmstrom, which is in Great Falls, Montana, which is southwest of us, used to be home of the I think they were F-15s, and they have an MOU for northern Montana, this whole area up here where they do their training. Well, one of the places they used to fly is right over these mountains here, and they flew low, so you see these planes all the time. But they use these mountains as a training for radar, I guess. But yeah, I just put that on their tributes as about the halfway point, and it used to be the old fire lookout. And then of course, same one again here. I'm talking about the Mission Canyon. This is the little town of Hayes. My mom's house is right here, and then the high school's right here. The Mission grade school, the church, whatever school is right here. But here's the entrance into the canyon, and there's a lot of good trails up here. You see them on there's old Kid Curry Cave. You know that outlaw from long ago. There's a cave up there, hole in the wall. And it's a beautiful drive through. At one time, we had them floods in. It was 2011 and 2013. But when we had the big floods here, this road here, it was wall to wall water.
Wow. I bet that was
it looked like a river. There used to be this right here. There used to be this huge tree right here. I mean, old. It was really old. But like I said, that water was from wall to wall. It looked like a little river. It just tore everything in its sight. It tore this tree down. It went wrong here. You could see where it changed. It tore out this whole road right here. They come back now and put this concrete culvert in it now, but it tore that whole road. And well, like I said, this is really our tourist attraction. It's beautiful when you drive in here. There's a little area. I think it's right. Yeah, I think it's right here. There's an old they call it Devil's Kitchen right here, and on this wall we used to tell people there's a little dinosaur on there. It's just a rock that looks like a little baby dinosaur, and a lot of people can't see it. You have to really look, but it's really cool. It's pretty cool. And this leads into our towards our power area, but this is North Fork right here. The other creek right here is South Fork, Little People's. This creek right here is okay. It wasn't contaminated by the mines, so I think there's still fish in this one. But this creek that runs along this road, I mean, when we had that flood here, it even changed the road. There are places in here where the road, where the creek has changed its course. And you go all the way to, and it's a beautiful drive. And you come out on this side. And we have our Sundance right there. And then this opens up right into our power grounds. And it's pretty cool when you see all the teepees and stuff here. But you got another area here, the creek that comes up this way. And you got a bunch of beaver dams up here. It's pretty cool. There's roads all over the place in these mountains because there's roads goes right here through here, and it comes out over here. But this another road also goes all up these mountains and comes up to the mines. And this is a road that leads up to the mines. And then our reservation line is right here. You can see the line right here. When I was in high school, I worked for what was called YCC, Youth Conservation Corps, that summer. We chopped a lot of the trees right here for this line, for the reservation line. That was quite some work.
Yeah.
And
Especially
so
in
there's
that.
yeah, and right up here they have a gate that they lock. Our water quality guys have a key to it though, because they have testing sites or whatever. Yeah, and like I said, this used to be. This is one of the pits. I can't remember if this is. I can't remember the name of this pit, but at one time, this looked like a little reservoir. You know, it was all that contaminated water from the mining, and now here's their what do they call them? Anyway, they treat the water here. Well, this one is for Landusky, and the other one over here is okay. This is Zorman right here. And the thing is, you know, they ruined all this land and mountains and everything, and they still they still never hit the mother lode.
Oh.
And they think it's on our side, but our tribe's never going to mine. I mean, as poor as we are, we're not going to tear up our mountains for gold.
So they ruined it and they didn't even get anything out of it.
Yeah, the thing about it was it went through a couple ownerships. Pegasus, I think Pegasus Mining. The thing was when we finally got them shut down, they kind of snuck out, and then they went to Reno, Nevada, and filed for bankruptcy.
That happens.
And the thing about it was their bond was never even close. So it was because of this mining incident here that the bonding changed for gold mines, or for all mines. The bonding changed. You had to have enough bond money to cover the damages. And right now the thing is, I don't think they're ever going to get the water completely clean. Well, they say it's going to take them forever. So they left the bill basically to Montana DEQ and EPA are going to foot the bill probably forever.
Yeah, taxpayers.
Yeah, taxpayers.
But that's what they do. That's why each company has a different name, so that if it does go bankrupt, it doesn't take out the larger company that's really behind it all.
And then now, just lately, within past 1-2 years, there's people with claims on BLM land or whatever, private claims. They want to start mining again. So I think we're going to go back to court. And so, I mean, you got people that just don't want to give up. And especially Phillips County. Phillips County is our neighboring county. We're in Blaine County, but a portion of the eastern part of our reservation is in Phillips County. And the southern part of where this mine is in their county. And so they always wanted the gold mine because they profited off it. And so they're gonna fight us again. But we'll probably win again, I hope. But as it goes right now, we're keeping our eyes on what's going on with these people that are filing claims.
Yeah, but the laws are, I shouldn't say anything because I only know enough to be dangerous, but the laws are a carryover from a time when the whole philosophy of the government was we have to explore this land and exploit its natural resources. And we have to give benefits to private parties that they'll dig everything up. And we haven't, and the world has changed. Now we're concerned about, the rest of the government is concerned about the nature and the environment that the tribes have always been concerned about. But the laws haven't caught up yet. It's hard to change the laws.
Well, you think about it, the government shot themselves in a foot long. I think it's the 1877 Act, the Mining Act.
Yeah,
they lose out. So that act should have been repealed years ago. But yeah, that's about it for my little neck of the woods.
No, thank you. That's a wonderful example. And you can see, how much richer it is when you can tell the story while you're walking the map. So thank you so much for that. So if you want to stop screen.
I mean, that Snake Butte area?
Yeah.
I forgot to mention the Snake Butte area. If you look in this picture of right above me, that rock, the face of rock. Well, right below it was all that Snake Butte rock, we call it. Well, a long time ago, they built a railroad line. I mean, that railroad line runs north of us. And there was a spur that went from Snake Butte to that railroad right here by Harlem. And all that rock that they took from Snake Butte was shipped over here to make the Fort Peck Dam. So all that rock at that Fort Peck came from Snake Butte.
So the Pick Sloan dams had even more of an impact.
Yeah. Okay, so I stop sharing now?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have anything that they want to share in the next few minutes before we go on to Google Earth Pro? I hope you've been having fun with my maps. My maps, yeah, go on.
Maybe you want to try something with the shapes here while we got a couple minutes before break.
See,
using a polygon. Maybe use.
I saw a really good example. So we have a couple of Jared Miller's got a lake that he did a polygon on. Do you want to show us that, Jared?
Yeah, just a sec. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So I've got a couple polygons. I was just finishing this one up. This is a real rough area of where some of you may have heard of the Pebble Mine. It's the largest proposed open pit gold mine in the world. And it's in, as you can see, it's in a really sensitive area. It's at the headwaters of, this is the Mulchatnack River that flows into the Nushagak here. And then obviously it's right in the middle of Lake Iliamna and Lake Clark drainages. I didn't get the exact area, but I got a photo there from the internet of the actual area of the proposed mine. Thought I'd be able to open it bigger, but yeah, so that's the
Open it
proposed
bigger.
area.
Go into preview mode. So if you yeah, go into preview mode. It's on that
How do
the left panel above your layer. There's an eyeball that says preview. So it's that big white panel.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And then if you go there and you click on that site, and now, okay, so when you click on that site, then you see where the image comes up in the panel. Click on it there, and it'll go to full screen mode. Now click on the left panel. Yes, there you go. That's how you present it, and you can dismiss that. There you go.
Awesome, thank you for showing me that.
Yeah, and if you've got several things, I said you can show this as as if you were showing a PowerPoint. So you can move people to different locations and show them the polygons and the location, and then you can click on it, make it full screen, cycle through it and talk, close it out, and go to your next site. And so you're focusing them on the map and showing them the orientation, but you're also doing your presentation simultaneously.
Oh, that's really handy. I really like this map because not only does it show some of the large bodies of water, but you also can see the Inkska lands that surround the mine. And for those of you that don't know, Inkska stands for Alaska Native Claim Settlement Act. So these are all native allotments. And so you can probably put together why it's such a big deal and such a big controversy. And in this map specifically, you can see just how many creeks and rivers and drainages. I mean, the whole area is just a wetland. And so right now, if you go to Bristol Bay, we've got millions and millions of salmon and other Andromedas fish right now, just outside, coming up all these rivers. And the Kwijak Bay here, Nushiak Bay here, Igigik River, they all are, the headwaters are all in the area that the Pebble Mine is located. And so I just wanted to get that in there. And then Lake Iliamna is the other polygon I did. I put a picture and a video. I won't pull up the video. It's just like, I think the University of Washington fisheries program put it together. But the Native Consortium that I work for serves 31 different communities around Bristol Bay, and 5 of them are located on Lake Iliamna here. So it's a big part of our region. I'm hoping to do a site visit to the village of Cocknock here after the salmon run and before subsistence moose hunting. So I'm really looking forward to that. And obviously I can't go into detail about some of the brownfield sites, but super excited about that. Yeah, and then I've got a couple other pins here. This site is a FUDS site, so formerly used defense site from I think the 50s, and it used to be a radio relay station, and they found diesel range organics, arsenic, and PAHs, and this site's been cleaned up, which is a really good thing because this whole compound area is the Kanaknak Hospital. So put a couple pictures from the internet of Kanaknak Hospital there that serves the whole region, not just Dillingham. And then the last point I put is another formerly used defense site. Where'd it go? It's right at the mouth of the Agushik River. And let's see. Yeah, so this is still an active NALAMP site from World War II. It was occupied from 1942 to 1948 as a air warning system for the Air Force. And so the reason that's important is the village of Manicota specifically is located upriver of Egushik, right there. And the interesting thing about Andromeda's fish like salmon is, especially in an area as diverse and large as Bristol Bay, is they have different genetics that return to the exact same spots every year. And so if this became a catastrophe or something detrimental to the salmon run, even just for the smaller area of the bay, it could totally wipe out the specific genetic stock that runs up the Egushik, and that would be terrible for the community of Manicota specifically. So that's, and that site's still active and hasn't been cleaned up, so it's a concern for sure. Yeah, so that's all I got.
Those are wonderful examples, and you did a great job telling your story on the map. Thank you so much for sharing that. And it's nice to go back up to Alaska. I haven't been since the pandemic started. I miss Alaska.
Shoot, you'll have to make it back up sometime.
Yeah, maybe for ATCM.
I love ATCM.
Yeah, I miss ATCM. Didn't get to go last year because I spent the entire week absolutely stuffing myself on seafood.
I think you were in the. I think you got to join virtually this year, though, right?
Yeah, for a little
yeah.
while. But the food wasn't the same. It was just my cooking. It was just my cooking. It wasn't halibut.
True.
Thank you. Okay, those were wonderful, wonderful examples. And you know, for me, the advantages of my maps is they're fast, they're easy. You can use them to do a mock-up. So if you're going to go in and have someone do a serious GIS, sometimes if you sit down with the My Maps and do a mock-up and say, this is what I'm thinking of, and show it to them, that can be a really useful thing. You can very easily embed it in your website, and the controls are so simple that it's really easy for your community to use. You know, so it's a nice lightweight tool that way. I want to show you very quickly what I consider a masterpiece of My Maps. This is really something. This is how I met Joseph Erb from the Cherokee Nation, because I was down there helping with some projects and someone said, "You've got to see this map." And so he introduced me to Joseph, and I was just absolutely blown away. I've worked with him for several years since, but this map blows me away. So what Joseph did was he got a hold of the journals from the priests and the military officers and the various people who were on the northern route of the Trail of Tears. And he took the journal entries and mapped them. And then they used this, they called up My Maps on their phones, and they used these during their bicycle trips. So the Cherokee Nation for a number of years now have had youth bicycle teams who work out all year in order to do it. These are incredible journeys, and they bicycle the different routes every summer. And so they were able to call up the journal entries and actually look to see what happened in different places. So if you, let me call up some of these. There's just an incredible amount of information. And as you're moving through the landscape, you can read about what took place in different locations. Just to show you how much content you can put into a My Maps. I can spend all day, I can spend many days reading through his map and learning about it. So it's a simple tool, but sometimes the simple tools are the ones that allow you to do some really amazing things. So what I'd like to do now is to switch gears and to work on Google Earth Pro. I know not everybody has Google Earth Pro on their computers, so we're not going to do this as a very lengthy how-to. I'd love to do another workshop where everybody had an opportunity to put Google Earth Pro on their computers, and we could get into some of the GIS stuff that you can do with it, and we can have Charlie give us some master courses on it. But today I'm just going to spend a little bit of time showing you some of the great things you can do very easily with Google Earth Pro that can add to your stories. So let me call it up. If you have Google Earth Pro, please feel free to open it up on your computer and to play along. If you don't, let me take you back to our website for the workshop. On the afternoon session page, I've put in a step-by-step how-to that you can do at your own pace anytime you want. All right, so here will be slides that will give you a Google Earth Pro intro. But what I want to do right now is actually go to Google Earth Pro and talk about some of the things. There's a couple of advantages to using Google Earth Pro. As I mentioned before, it stores content locally. So if you don't want to put content in your Google Drive and you don't want it on the web, it stores it locally. That means you need to back it up. Don't store it in Google Earth Pro, because if it crashes, you lose it. So I always make sure that I do a file, save. I show this at the very beginning so that everyone's got it in their heads. Save place as, and I save it on my computer. Then I save it on an external hard drive, and then I put the external hard drive in my other office so they're not in the same building. And so I've got my backup. You want to make sure that you back it up. If you store everything in your Google Earth Pro and your Google Earth Pro crashes, you lose it. So that's the cost of the security. So make sure you back it up. But a couple of other great things about Google Earth Pro. This has always been our workhorse. This is what got me 10 years ago into the Earth Outreach Network. I don't work for Google. Google doesn't pay me, but I do a lot of work with the nonprofit arm of Google Earth Outreach that does work with Indigenous groups and has a tribal liaison to do support. And they do great things. So I started working with them 10 years ago because I fell in love with Google Earth because it's just an amazing thing. Okay, so a couple of things that we can look at. Let's zoom in. We've got the zoom tools here, a little bit sophisticated. We can tilt it, for example. We can rotate it around. So these zoom controls let us do a lot of different things. And forgive me, I tend to get people motion sick. I'm using Google Earth Pro. But let's go someplace interesting. Let's go up to Montana. Montana is pretty interesting. Okay. A couple of really quick tools that you should know about that will help with all of your work. One is the time slider. It's the clock, and it allows you to access historical imagery. So our publicly available satellite imagery only goes back as far as Landsat goes back, and that's just to the early 80s. So those of us who are old enough to remember when there weren't satellites in the sky, the satellite imagery is only a 40-year run. But depending on where you are, you can also access aerial imagery. And for example, let me go to San Francisco, because I know there's some great aerial imagery there. Let's go to San Francisco. You can access aerial imagery sometimes going back to the 1930s. Now, the older the imagery, the less, the less clear it's going to be. But let's see what we have access to. Let's get the time slider here. And we go back to 1938. So we can see what San Francisco looked like in 1938. Oh, wow. You can see it's only a certain area that they patched in, but this is actually pretty clear. So here is what San Francisco looked like in 1938 from aerial imagery. That's as far down as we can go. But I'm going to clean this up by turning off roads. And what I can do with this now is I can use the line tool. And I can outline things. I could use the polygon tool, and I can make content. I can circle an area, say. I could drop some pins. And so I can use this aerial imagery to locate things. And I can then in time, let's on to 1996. So I can compare different times this way. This is a great tool. The availability of imagery is going to vary greatly with zoom level and with location, but it's a wonderful tool. And sometimes you can even figure out what used to be in different places. So if you're very interested in a particular pixel, you can get some ideas about it. Elizabeth, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a way to compare those photos side by side, or you just really have to slide it and take a picture of it to the side and then compare the two pictures separately.
Well, you know, that side-to-side comparison that you can do in Esri Story Maps is really great. There are some third-party tools you can use, but not from within Google Earth.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I love that slider function that you get in the story maps. But here, what you can do is you can do a screen image video capture, and you can make the time slider move over time, and you can show the differences. So there's different things you can do, but yeah, you don't have that great time slider option within Google Earth. So like with my maps, we can drop a pin. There's going to be a lot of similarities. In this box, we can add text. We can add images. And but one thing we can do that you can't do in my maps is you can actually use HTML coding in the box. So I can make my pop-ups actually a custom. I can choose the color and the shape and everything because I can do some HTML coding with it. So Google Earth then is going to have 3D imagery. It's going to have Street View. Other thing that you can do with it that you can't do with the other Google products is you can import shape files, and you can open a variety of different types of files. Like if I wanted to open, excuse me, GPX tracks, there's probably about 20 different file types that Google Earth will open. What you saw in Charlie's map was he did an image overlay. So if you do an image overlay, I can put a historic map over it. And I can put different sorts of layers on top of it, which is really nice. Let's see, a couple of other things that would be really nice to show. So you can use the you can make tours. So I'm going to call up one of these tours real quick. I'll give you my husband's tour. So here, if I click on the tour, it will actually move you through the landscape. And you can make this into a movie. So if for example, you were going to do a video, and if I was really going to do this well, I would have done it several times before showing it, so I wouldn't pixelate. Right now, I'm just doing it real quick and dirty. But if, for example, you were going to make a documentary, you can use Google Earth to fly into the location, and if you do a screen capture video, you can clip that into your documentary, which is a really nice thing to do. And like I said, if I had thought this through and I was going to do it for real, I would have through several times so that the imagery was cached, so it wouldn't pixelate, so we get really nice zooms in and out. Charlie, do you want to show us your map and give us some of the details?
Sure, I could. Bounce between screens here.
Yeah, I'm bouncing between computers.
Let's try.
And while we're waiting to answer Eugene's question, KML is the file type. You know, so when you save an image, it's usually a JPG. If you save a Word document, it's DOC. Well, the file type for most simple map files are going to be .kml.
Okay. There are a number of applications that are available for free online. And one of the things that I use is this public land survey overlay. And I could put the townships in, it'll give me the range of numbers. But like in this overlay, I arranged the image so it'll match the township lines, and then I'm able to have an image that is at scale at the area here. So each of this is roughly 1 mile square. I also am able to, let's see, off that because it's a little busy. Another one that I was able to easily import was actually from U.S. Census Bureau. This is the Fond du Lac Indian Reservation right by our Sandy Lake. And here's the Mille Lacs Reservation in red. All this is free data that you could get online and import.
You can get them from the Census Bureau, EPA, especially EnviroMapper has quite a few that you can download. Most states will have a GIS hub, and so there's quite a bit of publicly available data that you can layer onto your maps.
Yeah. Recently, I was doing a survey of all the electrical substations in the Mille Lacs Band service area. So I have all the substations labeled here. And then I was able to get a layer from the state of Minnesota for where the electrical service lines were. And I found several errors. So for the past 3 weeks, I've been in communication with Minnesota Department of Commerce to try to fix their database. So if you have keen eyes, you could also use that to your advantage here. Let me turn that off. Let's see. We've been also looking at possibility of having air monitoring network or air sensor networks with Purple Air. And so I've done an analysis of all the optimal places that would be a good place to have sensor hosting. And here we're targeting schools, since they often have Wi-Fi and electricity, and having it so that the network is no more than 30 miles each, which I was able to ensure and have these measured lines telling me if it's more or less than 30 miles, and try to keep it so it's no more than 30 miles. So that's another kind of analysis you're able to do. Let's see. I have some Mille Lacs reservation information here. We'll turn on this one. The Mille Lacs Band has a 30-mile service radius from its tribal trust lands. And so this is our Ajuma district, or District 3. And this is the 30-mile buffer that is around our tribal lands here in pink. And it does extend into Wisconsin. And so we have an service overlap with the St. Croix Band over in Wisconsin. Historically, our communities in eastern Minnesota is the Minnesota half of the Wisconsin's St. Croix tribe. When the Indian Reorganization Act came by, both sides decided to join part of Mille Lacs, and then and have Mille Lacs then be part of what's called Minnesota Chippewa tribe. Unfortunately, the BIA came by and said, no, if this is the Minnesota Chippewa tribe, you cannot have tribes in Wisconsin. So the Wisconsin half of the community basically were forced to break off, and they were able to get an independent recognition because the community there lost their federal recognition back in 1854 for refusing to sign one of the treaties. And so they were struggling ever since. And so with the Indian Reorganization Act, there was hope that they will be recognized again. And then here, the BIA tells them, no, you can't be included in Minnesota. So they had a lot of historical information well documented by the state of Wisconsin. And so they were able to regain their federal recognition in 1936. So the communities between St. Croix and Mille Lacs are still very close because we're family. So these are some of the analysis that we're able to do. There's another map that I've thrown in there, imagery. This is where the image file is. You need to have a copy on your computer, and you would then go through and add it from there. But once there, you're able to give it a name and do any other adjustments you need to. Let me pull up another one. Here's continuation of that proposed mine in our area. The purple and white dots are the mineralization that they are interested in. And again, the townships were aligned to the township map that I had downloaded. And so let's pull properties up for this. So here it shows where my file is located on my computer, what I've named it. And if you go to location, it'll tell me the east, the north and the south, east and west alignment of the imagery. And so if you need latitude and longitude, you could either move your mouse and get the information at the bottom of the screen here, Or if you want the imagery information, you could go to that location spot and it'll give you that information. And if the image is rotated, it'll also give the rotation amount. Here I have it clamped to the ground, so that's not an issue for me, but there's some imagery where you may not want to have the image clamped to the ground, because clamping to the ground means that you would have the Earth's contour distorting the images. And so this allows for just a flat look. Another one that I often use is, let's go to Mille Lacs Lake. Right here. This is Spirit Island. Spirit Island is a very sacred spot for the Dakota people. Mille Lacs at one time was called Midewakan, and the Midewakton Dakotas are named after this lake. And that 300 years ago, Ojibwe came, and there was a series of battles, and the Dakota lost, and with an agreement, the Dakota moved away from the lake, but not everyone. Some of the Dakota chose to stay behind and become Ojibwe, and they have become the Wolf Clan of the Mille Lacs Band. But here I'm going to do one of the things that I like, which is tilting this.
It's the top one. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
I always do the same thing.
All right, so I'm able to get the tilt here. We'll go here. There's a
Yeah, it's really nice to set the views. So one of the
Yep.
things that you can do in both Google Earth Pro and Google Earth Web is you can set the view and then show people the direction you want them to look in. I'm thinking of like Snake Butte. You know, there may be a particular way you're supposed to view a landscape. And so if you set that, it's like, no, north shouldn't be up. It should be rotated around, and you're supposed to look at it in this direction. You can control that.
So the reason this spot I've taken to you is there's a little gap between the 2 points of land where if you're standing at the shore, you could see the Spirit Island. And that location is full of burial mounds. There's a highway, as you could see in the yellow, that goes right through the burial mounds. But it is a sacred site not only for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, but for the Midewakton Dakota who lived here. And we are trying to make Spirit Island, currently it's protected as a bird sanctuary, but we're trying to make it become a reservation park so that we could have some historical protection with the island and have it be a place of spiritual continuation for the tribe. So trying to explain the landforms that help tell the story about the other parts of the landform, Google Earth is really good at doing that because you are able to tilt and show how things can go. And so using this, I have brought 5 different locations as proposals to my commissioner 2 commissioners ago of creating tribal parks, and with the auspices of protecting these sacred sites. And in order to make my argument, I used Google Earth, and it worked. And so currently we are we have a new reviser who is trying to update our tribal statutes. And in the process, we will be trying to get a new code in the tribal laws that makes accommodation for tribal parks. So those are some things I've been doing with Google Earth.
Okay, so we're going to bring you back and we're going to do a workshop, half-day workshop just on how to make these maps. That's what I'd like to propose. That would be a great day.
Okay.
Thank you. That was wonderful. It's hard to follow that with anything. It's like drop the mic.
Kermit's presentation was great. I loved it.
Yes. Yes, it was. Okay, so now we're going to move on to let me grab our website again. Of course, I'm one of those people that always has 50 tabs open. And I've given you quite a few resources. I'm going to send out, like I said, I'm going to grab your emails if I can, or have the Native Learning Center do this for me, and send out information to the Indigenous Mapping Workshop that's coming up in November, and the Google Earth Outreach, Google for Geo for Good workshop, which will be coming up in November as well. And those are two opportunities to really get in deep. I don't know, Charlie, I don't know if anybody here has worked on Google Earth Engine, but we have some really high-powered analytical tools that we'll get into when we do the Geo for Good workshop. But I've given you some ideas about Google Earth Pro. Recently, they've launched Google Earth Web, and very recently, they've launched creation tools in Google Earth Web. It's kind of like with ArcGIS and laptop versus ArcGIS web. You know, the web version is a lighter weight version, and right now there aren't a lot of creation tools, but there's enough creation tools to tell a good story using it. There's not a lot to do some of the things that Charlie was just doing demos on. So there's still a reason to use both. But with Google Earth Web, the good thing is you can share it. So if you're going to do some storytelling and you want to have an immersive experience that people can access online, that would be the tool that you would use. So I've got some step-by-step here on how to use it. And I'm not going to go through all of this, but I just wanted to show you that if you want to start working on it, here's the step-by-step information. What I'd like to do instead is to do a screen share of the actual tool, which is always more interesting. So let me reshare it. And let's see. So I have it in a different window. Okay, can you see Google Earth Web here? Mark, can you see the Google Earth Web? Yes. Okay. Sorry about that, but I had to open an incognito window because I'm a trusted tester and I don't want to share all the things I'm not supposed to be talking about. So this is Google Earth Web, and the way you can use it, there's a couple of things that you can do. If you just want to see some beautiful stories, you can go to Voyager. And Voyager is what Google likes to think of as their National Geographic magazine. And there's some really great things that are available, and you can do some Google Earth Web tours. Let's see if we can find a good one here. I like this one. This is a good one. Here's Indigenous languages. So these are created by Google Earth, and allow us to see some of the functionality that's available. And I don't know if the sound's going to come through.
Waka, we panic olsen now.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
It's very,
And so,
very cool.
yeah. And so you can go to different locations, and they worked with speakers to come up with the ability to actually hear the language.
Jamai.
Okay, so you can explore using Voyager. I'm going to show you some of the projects that we've actually done. Okay, so here is the project for the Kanza language and landscape project we've been working on. And we recently worked with the Kanza Heritage Society to help them to submit a grant to the National Endowment for the Humanities to develop this into a curriculum for the Kansas School Board's social studies standards, so that the curriculum will help the all the kids in Kansas understand where the name Kansas came from. And it will be driven by the Kanza Heritage Society, so it will be Kansas from a Kanza perspective. So we're waiting to hear about that proposal, but this was our first demo project for that. So we did something very simple-minded because we didn't have the budget that Google has for their Voyagers. So what we did was we just recorded things and put them on YouTube and embedded them.
Nishoje Tunga. Nishoje Tunga. Missouri River.
So it's a very simple way of doing it, but it does allow you to hear the Kanza language as we move through the landscape. And again, it's got a 3D view, and that gives you a much nicer feeling for how, yeah, it's not that spectacular because it's Kansas. It's not Montana. We don't have mountains. It's very flat, but it's still nice to have a 3D view, even if you're a very flat place.
God's country.
I always feel very insecure when I'm talking to people who have these gorgeous mountains, and with us it's just kind of flat, but it's still beautiful. We still love it. And like I was saying, you can pop them out, you can show a slideshow, you can see how beautiful my river is. Kansas is much more beautiful than people give us credit for. And again, you can hear the actual name by language speaker. So this is the sort of thing that any of you can do fairly easily. It's a fairly easy tool to use. And the way we would do this, again, there's step-by-step instructions, but I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes walking through this. You go to projects, and I'm going to actually do a new project. Now, if I was signed in, I can't sign in because then you would see things you're not supposed to see, so I can't sign in. But if I was going to do this, I would create it in Google Drive. And if I create my project in Google Drive, then I can share the link and everybody can see it. So I linked the Kanza language and landscape project and a couple of other projects on the website, so you can see those. And you can see that they are shareable, which is a really nice thing if you want to share a story. I would create it in Google Drive. But because I can't do that, ignore this. I'm going to do it this way. Okay, so all I have to do is click New Feature and Add Place Mark. Okay, so I can select a location. So I will select the location on the river, and I can title it Boring. And I've got my first place mark. The way you build a map in this is you go place to place to place. Now, you might have noticed when you're building your My Maps, when you're telling a story with a map, you have to think in terms of places. That's very easy for everyone in this workshop to do. It's very difficult for some of our white college students to do because they don't automatically think in terms of places. So I always emphasize you have to think of the place first and then you think of the story. So I put my first place in, and this is the editing panel. I can add images, I can give it a title, I can give it as much text as I want. I can do a little bit of styling on that text. I can choose whether it's going to be a small box or a large box that pops up. I can come up with different icons, including custom icons. I can set the view. So I can zoom in, I can tilt it, and I can give you a specific view. I can make it 3D. And let's say that this is the view I want. I click on capture this view, and that's what it will open to. Okay. And then all I have to do now is think of the next location. So I can search for it. So I can put in the search box, taking you canoeing. Okay, and I can add that to my map. And then again, I can go into the editing panel and I can add content. So it's a very easy tool to use. We've been doing a number of workshops on storytelling. And let me grab the URL for you. Because what we do is we spend a fair bit of time thinking through the storyboard and then thinking through how we're going to walk through the landscape to tell the story. So I'll grab that URL for you. Now, Google Earth Web can't be it can't be embedded in your website, so you have to link it and give people the link, just like I did on our website. Here's a link to how we're building those stories. So we've got a few minutes. I'd like to just go around the room and talk about how you might use these different tools. If you've got any ideas, if you're interested in coming up with different innovative ways of combining them.
Oh, I think I could probably use mine in the Brownsville department. I know there's that bit tool, but this could also be useful also.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed in BIT. So BIT is the brownfield inventory tool that my K-State group has developed, and we teach it in a lot of workshops. So if you're going to do a brownfield inventory, it's basically a database program. Did you notice, Kermit, that I got them to fix the export tool so you can export a really nice map file now?
Oh, no, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, it's been really upgraded. So now you can export a nice map file, bring that into My Maps or Google Earth Pro. And it actually, yeah, it actually will live link into, you know, it's password protected, so it has to be your account, but you can live link it back into Bit to get the files. So if you're doing something like Charlie does and you've got several layers on Google Earth Pro, you can now put your brownfields inventory and have it be a useful thing. And it's just like a one-click experience.
Nice.
I'm very proud of that. it took a lot of arguing to get that cleaned up. Do we have some more ideas? Has anybody else got the juices flowing?
Trying to clear my throat. I was kind of choking there for a while earlier. But I work in community economic development and I do other things, and I try to integrate GIS as much as possible just because I really like GIS. That's my thing. You know, I went to school for, and I ended up in community development, economic development, like helping people and helping underserved. And so I still feel like it's aligned with me, but I always went back, and I started a business. And really, I'm trying to help, you know, tribes, nonprofits, get this data that they need. And I think it's really great that the way that you can implement it into the community tools and have everybody giving their input and putting that in. And I also just wanted to mention that in the opening, I just really was inspired, and I thought it was very thoughtful, what was being said. And I'm looking to publish my thesis work that I did a few years back on the riparian landscape and how that's affecting our cultural resources. And I have it based within like ecosystem services, cultural services, provisioning services that the ecosystem gives to us and provides to us. And this just kind of adds to that, and where I could go with it from there. You know, I'm kind of a little bit removed from my data from before. And so this is a tool for me to continue working in those spaces and have more community driven information out there, and really a tool, I think, to help youth and to you know, I really was thinking about all my research and what I've done, and then I thought about you know, just how we can integrate, you know, the people that have that are implementing the language programs and revitalization for that, and how we could really map a lot of the data with the youth, and how, you know, what Lance, it was Lance, correct? In the morning? Okay. What Lance was talking about, you know, just being on the land, and also Mr. Rattling, how he said, just all of those things coming together for me. I felt very inspired by all of those things, and I just thought it was very thoughtful. I'm kind of all over the place, but I just thought it was really thoughtful, and it really inspired me today, this morning. So thank you.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I'll tell you, when you're talking about the youth, you know, give a middle schooler Google Earth Pro and they'll fly around the world and crash everywhere. That is fantastic. Well, we have one last section, and may I suggest that we take a 5-minute stretch break, and then we'll come back and Eugene will actually wrap us up and show us how to talk to agencies.
Well, maybe we'll get out early even. But I just want to say one thing, piggybacking on what Andy was saying, that I had a bad experience maybe a year ago where I was working with the local government to try and do something which should have been really simple, transferring existing scattered site housing from public housing to a not-for-profit arm of the public housing. What's the environmental impact? It should have been zero. And scattered site public housing is always considered the cream of the crop. Like, even if you don't like the large, warehouses where they're segregating, it's scattered sites or individual homes throughout the community. And they turned it over to the GIS people. Part of the review was how close are you to contaminated sites? And they drew circles around them, and they made it look like all these sites were subject to contamination when it was the opposite. And I sort of look at what we're doing now is, if anyone remembers back to like 1985, when we only had mainframe computers and we first came out with a personal computer where you could use your own computer to do stuff. And that's what this My Maps and Google Earth is. It's like the GIS people, they're very good, but do they really understand what we're doing? And now we have the capability where we could do our own mapping and we could tell our own story. And that's where it should be.
Can I just say that, and I see those bias of GIS specialists, and it's really like the way you interpret the data. And if they already have a bias upon the data, then that's problematic. So I think that it's imperative for us to be getting our tribal communities and training them in these types of skills, because really it's a different worldview. And that's just so important when we talk about data sovereignty and all of those things moving forward.
That is absolutely perfect. That is absolutely true. And that's why I became a trainer rather than offering my mapping abilities, because it shouldn't filter through my check brain, And I always love it when people come up with their own maps. I'd say that like 90% of the maps that are made in workshops, I never see it. They're not mine. They're not mine to see. I don't ask for that. So having the ultimate sovereignty is people making their own maps, not having someone else interview them and make the map for them.
Yeah, maps are so powerful, even just on expanding patriarchy and expanding capitalism and expanding manifest destiny. They've been so destructive and powerful. And I think that this really shows you a way to reframe that in a way that's helpful for us. And I am always thinking about, how do we map things that are intangible onto a map, and really show that essence of the land. And I think through storytelling and all of those things, that helps in the process.
That's a perfect place to stop, take a 5-minute stretch break, and then have Eugene wrap us up. Thank you so much for those insights.
No, we're taking a quick 5-minute break, but I have a participant where I don't have an email address or anything. IAQQU. I sent you a private chat. If you can go ahead and message me back, I greatly appreciate it.
He was in that first group I had with the jam boards. His name is Thomashu. I don't quite know the spelling, but last name Anderson.
Okay. Found them. Thank you.
Okay, Eugene, take us home.
Okay, we're ready. Are we ready to get started?
Oh, do we want, how long has it been?
Not 5 minutes, I don't think, but whatever. I'm ready. I don't think I just have a short presentation. If there's a long discussion, that's cool. But I don't have much to show.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And this is for Cynthia. Cynthia, there's a bunch of layers. You might see it in the chat. I included one of the layers for our HUD maps, ArcGIS.
Uh-huh.
And what I'm having trouble with is figuring out how to bring that layer into Google Earth Pro.
Uh-huh. So I'm calling it up now. In a lot of these, they don't allow an export. And so what you need to do is to get it either as a shape file or as a KML file. If they're only allowing you to see it in the viewer, you need to be able to export it. Do you have?
Well, it does have a function where I can export it as KML. If you open it up in Map Viewer.
Uh-huh.
I think that's where I was able to.
Because if you can export it as KML, then you open up Google Earth Pro and do File, Open, and then click on your KML file, and it will bring it into Google Earth Pro.
Okay.
If it's a GIS shape file, then you have to import it. But if it's a KML
yeah, no,
file,
I have the KML file.
okay.
Like,
And have you used Google Earth Pro? Do you? So
I have Google Earth Pro, and it's
okay. Then you go to File and Open.
Yeah.
And then you should be able to browse for your file.
Yeah, I do that, but then it gives me an error.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, why don't you email me and send me the KML file and let me see what's wrong with it.
Yeah, unless if I was screwing it up, if you want to share your screen, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I can certainly do that.
Okay, there's my email. And if you want to send me the KML file, I'll take a look at it and see what's wrong with it.
Okay. And that's one thing I want to emphasize. Like,
okay, thank you, Cynthia.
Cynthia's a great resource. Mark is a great resource. Some of our speakers, and you know, we've given your emails. We could have a dialogue afterwards. We don't want to just give a presentation. We want to help people. So that's great if you carry it forward, and we could continue to help with email or Zoom calls or whatever. You know, we want to help you do good work. Okay, I'm going to try and take us home. And if we finish early, I don't view that as a bad thing. But I just had a very short presentation to make a few simple points. And the point is that the world is changing. You know, even before critical race theory and all that stuff, the people were realizing that the tribes have something to offer with the traditional ecological knowledge, and we're making decisions. We're having federal projects that are going to have far-reaching impacts. And way back in 1970, and Liz, feel free to help me. Liz is she's still doing what I did 15 years ago, so she probably knows more about this than me at this point. But in 1970, when they passed the National Environmental Policy Act, they were trying to say you know, let's not just have the engineers controlled where to build this highway. And we'll talk just a little bit about how you can bring these concepts into the decision-making process for these federal projects. So when you look at talking about an environmental impact statement, but this applies also for lower level environmental reviews, there's something where they say agency response to comments. And even the whole EIS thing is they prepare the environmental impact statement. They first have public scoping, go to the public and say, well, what are the issues that we should be concentrating on? And that's the time to hear from the public, which can include tribes. And not only that, a lot of agencies that give special status to tribes in their comments, that it's more than just someone from the public. And but the whole environmental concept is you do a draft environmental analysis, and then you get comments from the public, and before the agency issues the final environmental impact statement, they have to respond to the comments. They have to print your comments either individually or collectively, saying we got a whole bunch of comments on this issue, and setting forth what the comments are, and then saying, well, here's what we thought about it, here's how we analyze it, here's how we're responding to it. So that's basically the point that I'm making, that it's an open planning process. Blue sky means we don't do this in secret. There's transparency, that everyone could see exactly how we got from the idea of this project to implementing the project, and that it's open to input. Okay, now, but what I want to do is also add a layer to that. It's, on one hand, it's each individual project, but on the other hand, it's the same agencies that are coming out with similar projects. And if they get comments, they start, maybe the first time they're defensive and they really say, we're right and you're wrong, and here's why you're wrong. But then they know they're going to get these concepts the second, third, fourth, and fifth time, and they look at them a little more closely, and they sort of absorb them, and their projects become more responsive. I remember way back when I used to get these Department of Transportation projects that didn't require an environmental impact statement, but we still got the finding of no significant impact. And we'd be, and you know, I wrote comments, other people wrote comments like, well, where's the bike lanes? You know, where's mass transit? As part, you have a transportation problem. Why is the answer just cars? And sure, we didn't change the project that we commented on the first or second time, but then a few years later, we saw the projects that we were getting were thinking about these things and were incorporating that into the planning process. And that's what I'm advocating for. And with traditional ecological knowledge, one of the pieces that we put on the website is we just put a very informal survey of, here's a bunch of agencies where they've come out with formal policies. Here's how we're going to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge into our decision-making process, or here's how we're going to do it. We know it's not Western science, but it still has legitimate concerns that should be part of deciding, is this the right project? And the whole thrust of the environmental assessment process is normally that you don't accept or reject a project, but you try and figure out what the problems are and how to mitigate the adverse impact. So let's go back a sec first. You know, this is a federal law. A few states have mini NEPAs like California, Washington, Hawaii, but most states don't. And even then, it's a little different. But the point I want to make is it definitely applies to federal projects, but sometimes something's a project and you don't even realize it's a federal project. Why is that? I have down here the principle of aggregation. where even if there's a drop of poison goes into the barrel, it means the whole barrel is now poisoned. We don't want to drink it. So even if they're just getting a permit from the Corps of Engineers, or there's a private developer who's getting FHA mortgage insurance, that's now a federal project, and they have to comply with NEPA. And from day one, the Council on Environmental Quality said, you want your voice to be heard. So here's even for California. In California, it might even apply to private actions under CEQA, that you still have to do an environmental review. So what am I saying you could do? You should get relevant information about the project and comment on it. Have your voice. Say that somebody's interested in this perspective, and explain where we not just say I'm opposed to the project, but say here's the problem. If you look at it from this perspective, it's going to have adverse impacts that you're not even thinking about. And that's exactly what NEPA is supposed to do. That when they built the interstate highway system in the 50s before NEPA, they'd plow through neighborhoods, they'd plow through wetlands, they'd build the best highway, but they destroy everything in its wake. And urban renewal, let's knock down the neighborhood, and then we'll think about what to build there. And people realized that there were real problems with that, and that's why they came up with this decision-making process that, first of all, it says, use an interdisciplinary approach, get the stormwater people, get the historic preservation people, get everybody working on this, looking at this project. And then you identify the adverse impacts, and then you figure out, is there some way to get this project done, but mitigating the adverse impacts? Sometimes there isn't, but often maybe you choose a new alignment for the pipeline or for the highway. It doesn't have to go in that particular place, or you identify some wetlands and you protect those wetlands, or you protect the cultural resources. You could even bring a lawsuit, and if you have environmental damage that's sufficient, under some laws like CERCLA, Superfund, the tribes have special status as the voices for the natural resources and protecting them. But what I'm really advocating for is participating in the planning for future projects. Let these agencies, or sometimes an agency is doing the paperwork for a private sector that's pushing something. Let them know that here's where we're coming from. If you want to fight with us for a long time and delay your project, fine, bring it to us. But we're actually reasonable. If you meet what these concerns, then let's do we'll support your project, but let's, give me a voice and give me a seat at the planning process. And most of the environmental review is procedural. There are a few substantive things. You got to go through the procedure, but there's lots of opportunities to comment on it. So if I was a tribe, I'd be saying who's what's going on in my geographic location, who's doing the funding, who's the moving party, do they need a permit or a license, is there a regional planning agency around where, I want them to know, like, here are our concerns and we're going to fight for them. So it's not just who's funding it, it's who's doing the planning. And often these projects take 15 years, 5, 10, 15 years of planning. And if you only raise your voice in the 15th year, it's going to be very difficult for people to listen to you. But what you have to do is you have to figure out, is there, like they call the Department of Transportation, when they fund highways, it takes like 15 years easily to get to the top, from when somebody has an idea to when it's funded. So you got to find that metropolitan planning organization that has the under Department of Transportation, has the authority to begin planning and see what they're thinking about and raise your concerns. You know, what are natural resources? You know, pointing out to them, this is important to us. This should be important to everyone. You know, start saying on it, get on their radar, contact them. And, you know, they're required to send out to anyone interested or affected by the action that we're doing this, provide comments. But you even want to do that before they've issued the environmental report. And they just can't blow you off. They have to look at what you're saying and respond substantively to it. So if there is some federal money or an approval, there's going to be an opportunity. And often the federal standards, there are a few federal laws, like when we train people, when HUD trains people and talks about what you have to do, they talk about, oh, there's these 14 federal laws and authorities. But the real things that impact you, there isn't a federal law and authority. There are only federal laws when people are dying in the streets, like when people are dying from air quality, and the Cuyahoga River was catching fire, so they passed the Clean Air and the Clean Water Act. But you know, like even there's no national building code, like those buildings that collapsed in Surfside. Those are local building codes, local building inspections, and the environmental review supplies a framework for looking at everything, but the standards are local that are in that federal environmental review. And you really have to say that, well, here's the way our tribe looks at it, and here's the way we look at it. And when you negotiate, you try and come up with the good for both. That's what real negotiation is. Real negotiation is figuring out what do I really want and what am I willing to give on, and psyching out for the other party, what do they really want and what parts could I grab at. And that's where you're going to make your deal. I mean, if you don't make your deal, you might have a lawsuit, but you really want to make a deal where you get what you want and they get what they want. Okay, and like I said, it's mostly procedural. Through the environmental assessment process, they're going through a process where they're going to do initial screening to look at everything under the world that might apply to a project. What are the schools? Where shopping? What are are there any natural resources? How will this affect hydrology? Will the soil support the project? But then they're supposed to, like we talked about an initial scoping session, they're supposed to say, here are the issues that are really going to make or break the project, that'll affect the project design, and it'll affect some mitigation that'll change the project design. And one way to identify an issue is controversy, that somebody disagrees and says something should be done. And that's a legitimate way of doing it. Another way is by measuring it against standards. So they could say, oh, there's no federal law we're violating, but you could say, well, here are our tribal standards, and this violates our tribal standards. And you really should work to make this project fit into, you know, we live here, it's going to affect us. This project should work for us too. And can't you redesign your project so it won't have an adverse impact on us? You know, the local standards are very important in environmental reviews because there are very few federal standards. The way our government is set up, the states have a lot of rights, and the feds have some rights that, let's say, affect interstate commerce, but the tribes are sovereign nations. The tribes have just as much or more rights than the states to sit at the table and negotiate and say this project has to work for us. So the challenge is getting them to look at the alternatives that will promote your objectives without diminishing theirs, whoever's pushing the project, So the first step is setting up a relationship, contacting them before the environmental report comes out. When you're first hearing that somebody's thinking of doing something, figuring out which federal agency they have to go to, or which local planning, regional planning agency is considering this and saying, hey, talk to me. I have information that will affect this project. Making sure that you do get a copy of the finding and no significant impact, and that you have a window to review and comment. But keeping in mind that often that's too late to really, it's like the Titanic going to the iceberg. If they discover the iceberg 50 miles away, they make a very small course correction and there's no problem. If they only see the iceberg through the fog till they're a mile away, they may not be able to avoid that iceberg. And it's the same with this. The sooner you get in, the more impact you're going to have on it. So make your voice heard, certainly with the public review, and also keeping in mind that making it to do for one project, even though you know you're going to lose, the next time they're making noise, they're going to know, and nobody likes to go to battle. Nobody likes a lot of aggravation, certainly not federal bureaucrats. If you know, they'll try and work things out with you beforehand if they know that you're there and if they know that you care about it. So how do you comment on projects? Well, first, is their data correct? I mean, that's very basic, and that's where a lot of this mapping comes in. You have your own data. You could present it in a map in a way that people will understand. Is it complete? Not only is their data correct, but are they telling the whole story? You know, and if they're not, give them the other data. Adverse impacts, that's the way NEPA has you look at. If you have too many adverse impacts, you're going to have to do an environmental impact statement. What's the difference? A lower level assessment may take a few months. An environmental impact statement may take a few years, although one of the initiatives of the Trump administration before they were voted out of office, I think, what did they say, Liz? Like 2 years, EASs should now take 2 years, which they haven't up to now. Because some of these projects have a lot of problems, and it really takes a lot of time and effort to figure it out, to figure out what's going on and what to do about it. But if you could point to adverse impacts and point to ways to mitigate it, that's the soft spot with the NEPA review process. That's, you're talking their language. Like, have you looked at this alternative that will not have the adverse impacts, but will still accomplish most of your objectives? And of course, remember I said it's mostly procedural. So are they meeting all the procedural requirements? If they're not, and you could show them they haven't, you sort of say, oh, you want to start all over? You know, we're going to push this, but maybe we won't make noise if you move in the direction we want you to. So here, I should have gone through these slides separately, but we talked about the, you know, and it's not, the adverse impacts are not just from project construction, it's also project operation. It's the 40 years that project's going to be there. It's the stimulating development. It's not just, am I building a highway, but where am I putting the intersections, the on-off ramps, and is that going to stimulate development? And we know it does. I mean, that's, if you look on any of these interstate highways that were built, you see that towns or large commercial areas that sprung from the interchanges. So that's pretty well established. Water and sewer lines, they also stimulate development. When we talk about mitigating adverse impacts, the early NEPA cases talked about, well, you got to look at not doing the action. You got to look at, is there some way, you know, maybe the problem is transportation. Well, do I have to build a highway? Could I supply mass transit? Could I have a bike lane? Is that going to maybe provide the benefits that we need without some of these adverse impacts? Most changes are at different level of scale. like maybe the building is too tall, or maybe there are too many units. But sometimes it's a completely different nature, which would accomplish different objectives. I'll give one quick example, maybe not so quick. But years ago, when I was at HUD, we had somebody come into us asking for mortgage insurance. In other words, they weren't asking for any fundings. Mortgage insurance is they're getting money from a lender, maybe a pension fund, but it's a risky. Land development is always risky. So if HUD insures the mortgage, it means even if the project goes belly up, the lender is going to be made whole. HUD will pay off the mortgage. So somebody owned a piece of land and wanted to put a mobile home park on it. And if it's their land, they have zoning, they could do whatever they want. But once they came into the federal government, we said this makes sense. And we started looking at it, and this piece of land was a former strip mine land, which in West Virginia, strip mining it ruins the land. You knock off the top of the mountain and you fill in the valley. In Illinois, where everything's flat, you dig a hole and you have a pile, and it was maybe done 80 years ago. And now the regional planning agency said, hey, that's on our list of what we'd like to acquire for regional open space, like maybe put a park or a forest preserve there. And it had been a gun club. And so we said, is it right for the federal government to help one private landowner provide a mobile home park when the regional planning agency says, wait a second, this should be regional open space, and if we let him develop the mobile home park, that would take that piece of land off the table. So you know, it doesn't have to. I was sort of saying the most successful negotiations are where you could figure out how they go ahead with their project, and you get what you want or close to you want. But that may not be possible, and you really it may come down to convincing the agency that that's not the way you want to go. Okay, and you can see that like here's one example where people are getting a license to do onshore or offshore wind farms, and they're saying the impact on birds, and that's enough to get the federal agency to say, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't do that project. So have they followed all their procedures? If they haven't, they know they're vulnerable. It's oriented towards alternatives, but try and go beyond just commenting, try and set up a relationship. You know, try and get them where they have you on the planning committee to try and figure out how can we move forward on these plans. You know, you can sue, and I've seen some, there are a lot of resources to tribes to help you if you have to sue. And I've seen some that are very sophisticated, but generally you only win a lawsuit if the agency has thrown everything out the window. If it's really egregious and what they're doing is totally ridiculous. The government agency is generally given a lot of leeway. So what you really want to do is be included in the planning process, not litigate. But sometimes litigating is a good way of showing people that you mean business and take us seriously. If you do have to sue, you really want a paper trail showing that we pointed all these things out to us, they totally ignored us, they shut us out of the process, and then you have a real chance of prevailing. But even if you win a lawsuit, that just means they got to do it over. What you really want to do is be part of the planning process. So here's the document that's on the website, and it's, you know, it's basically, we just pulled a few things off of there. Maybe I should even go through that if I have that. Oh, I thought I had it loaded. Okay, but we could see that, like here, Department of Agriculture, they have an important facet of natural resources conservation. Here's the Forest Service. They've done studies. Here's a a memo from EPA talking about how, we're serious about this, that we really want these factors considered when EPA does something. Here's Department of Interiors, and this was before we had a Native person head the Department of Interior. With a Native person in charge, I'm sure there's going to be even more serious consideration of traditional ecological knowledge. And here's the Fish and Wildlife Service. They've realized that there's, Western science is great and we've done a lot, but there's a lot of knowledge that's out there that if we're trying to conserve these species, of course we want to look at this stuff. Of course we want to hear it because we want to do the best job possible. And in the National Park Service, a relationship with Mother Earth. So I think Cynthia had an exercise for the Jamboards, right?
Well, since we're such a small group, we can just talk. We were expecting
Okay.
a large group where discussion would be difficult. But we would really like to hear if anyone has used any of these policies, or if you've had a strategy for incorporating TEK into planning with federal agencies and what worked.
I guess one of the biggest things that I would mention the work I'm doing is trying to get in very early in the process. And a lot of times we get frozen out, especially with EPA, when they will say things like, well, this is a purely internal group that's working on the guidance on this particular issue. And so we keep kind of sending letters, trying to meet people and get more in on the ground floor instead of waiting for them to kind of deliver the ultimatum, which is going to set the tone for the entire discussion. Like Eugene was saying, we want to be in there before that process happens. And in a lot of cases, it's not always that blue sky situation that we're talking about. In other venues, I think that maybe the path is a little clearer, but I know when dealing with EPA, we sometimes struggle to make them realize that the tribal voice is a sovereign voice. It needs to be heard at the very start and not after you've got the paradigm already aligned.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I'd want to stress it, but I'd also want to point out, and Mark hinted at this, that bureaucrats get nervous when they see something in writing. If you're just calling them up or at a meeting, that they could sort of not take you seriously. But when you start putting things in writing, you start developing a paper trail, they get nervous, and that's a signal to them that they really better take this seriously.
And this is also where having your maps can be really valuable. Like you can imagine with Charlie, he finds out about a project and he's already got those maps built so beautifully, then he's got a head start on things. I'd like to share with you a project that, again, I acted as a trainer for this one. This actually took a couple of years to put together. And this is a consortium of tribes in Arizona. And the issue was that the state agencies were not willing to do appropriate consultation. And so what they kept hearing over and over and over again was there's so many tribes, it's so difficult to figure out who to talk to, that they were taking a pass on it. And so a consortium of tribes got together. They worked with the State Historic Preservation Officer and the State Department of Transportation, which happened to be particularly good at the consultation process. And what they wanted to do was to build a consultation toolkit out of simple tools that would be very easy for them to maintain. You know, obviously you could hire a consultant that could put together a beautiful app for you or something like that. But then you have to figure out how to maintain it, how to update it. So they wanted something that used the simplest possible platform, didn't require funding, and could be jointly governed so that the 30 tribes could update their own information and take control of their own piece of this. So what we came up with was, this is a MyMaps. This is a simple MyMaps, and it's embedded in a Google site. So those are the simplest possible things I can imagine. And what you do is, the only tricky part was we added in a couple of GIS layers into this. So, but it's not very difficult. So if you click on a particular location, you get a list of all the tribes that have any kind of input into projects in this location. And then if you click on those links, and this can be called up very easily on a phone. I want to find one that I think is going to be pretty good. Let's call up the Hopi. This simply opens up a page on the Google site, and in that page is embedded a Google Doc that pops up, and the Hopi have control over the Google Doc, so they can update this information anytime they want. So the tribe is simply going to a Google Doc, and whenever there's turnover in the office, they can update it. Some of the tribes have done some fairly extensive work. I think Gila River has, where they have, they have quite a elaborate consultation policy, and they're using this to educate the agencies about how they want to be consulted with. It's not just a phone call. Here is the process by which you would consult with them. Here are their concerns. Here is a map that has the area of their concern. But all you have to do is go to the consultation map and have this MyMaps on your phone when you're out in the field. And it's a fully interactive MyMaps as soon as it pops up. And you can zoom in on a particular location, click on it, and get that list. So if we're working in a particular area, let's say what we're working in this area right here, here's everyone that you need to consult with. I just want to show that as an example of how sometimes you can problem solve with these incredibly simple tools and have something. This is a project that's probably about 6 years old now, that it's been ongoing with no funding. Has anybody had any experience with the presidential memo on consultation, or any of the changes that might be happening?
No, but I did want to say that that was an awesome display. Something that I think can be duplicated for all kinds of things. So that's great. I know when I worked for the environmental office for my tribe, talking about this consultation and government to government consultation, and how we don't have the same definitions of consultation. So writing that all down is really great. I think For us here in the Pueblo, what I worry about, especially when it comes to litigation and things like that, is precedents. So, you know, court cases that we've lost trying to fight for our, say, casino, because we call it a sweepstakes right now because of the laws of Texas, trying to fight for that. And the court cases that we have lost, you're seeing other states use that precedence against other tribes. So it's somewhat scary. But I think all of these tools just, you know, help tribes to assert their sovereignty, you know, against other agencies and as a tool to help them. So, you know, I pray for the latter than, you know, setting bad precedent against other tribes. It's scary.
Yeah, the point I want to emphasize is like the courts, the way they're supposed to do it, you know, like we say the rule of law, but we realize the politicians make the laws. But the role of the court is not supposed to substitute their judgment for the decision makers. It's just supposed to say, were they arbitrary and capricious, or what they did was, I may decide differently, but it wasn't unreasonable what they did. And it really has to be out the window generally for you to win a court case, because otherwise they side with, you know, here's what the political process, here's what the institutions that we love and trust, here's what they decided. And they really have to do something, and they do ridiculous things. They do say, to hell with it. Why do I have to? We've always done it this way. You know, let's do it. I don't have to follow this process, and that's when they've lost cases. But don't just think, oh, you know, they could have decided it this way, and maybe if we go in front of the court, they'll switch sides. That rarely happens.
Just with all the changeover and all the judges that were put in place in the last 4 years and stuff, it's a very scary time for Indian country. So, I mean, that's the reason why I mention it. Just, you know, in our own land grant litigation, and with also with the casino, it's been somewhat detrimental to us, but we continue to fight. But it's just, it's scary to not, you don't want to hurt other tribes in the process of trying to assert your sovereignty as well. So it's just really scary times. So that's all I'm saying. But I do think involving right in the beginning of the process and stuff is so key, because they're just going to fly right over you and stuff. I know that there was a project here that was going to be a medical waste facility. And the city had already kind of said, yeah, you can put it there. And it was in a low income neighborhood. It was close to where our ceremonial areas are, where we start our ceremonies, where we end our ceremonies when we have our feast days. And luckily for us, the tribe was instrumental in making sure that asserting their sovereignty and making sure that that medical waste facility didn't end up there. We had a county commissioner that worked really well with us and didn't want to see that in her parts of the community as well, not just the tribes. So it was a good positive case of that. But I guess I'm somewhat of a worrywart.
For a good reason. And maybe Liz would want to add something, but at least the way I've seen it the last few years is there's more, even under the Trump administration, there was more and more of an emphasis on environmental justice. What's environmental justice? It's a disproportionate impact on a protected class. Who are protected classes? Minorities or low income. And agencies are more and more, you know, waking up to that they really got to pay attention to this, that they, that especially if there's an adverse impact, and especially if it's disproportionate on an ethnic or a low income group, that you're vulnerable, that's not right. and that you're vulnerable if somebody questions it, not just, you know, going to court, but going to the local people with the agency are saying it's okay, but maybe the people in Washington, if you say environmental justice, they may yell and scream a little bit. I don't know, Liz, you have anything to add to that?
I do, but maybe from a different perspective. So as HUD environmental officers, what we do is we basically monitor compliance with NEPA, right? And what I find as a monitor is that the practitioners, when you look at that part of their environmental review record that says environmental justice, it is something that is not tangible for a practitioner trying to fill in the words that go into that section of their environmental review record. So what I kind of, in my mind, when I try to reach out for the consulting part of the job to get them into compliance, is to maybe think of it more from the perspective of, can you tell what would be an environmental injustice? So let me give an example. Say we're putting in two buildings. One is market rate and the other one's going to be affordable housing. So I asked the guy with the market rate project or building, I said, okay, your 50 units, what are you going to give the folks that are going to live there? And that developer will say, oh, it's really great, Liz. We're going to give them 2 pools. We're going to put air conditioners in the entire unit. There's going to be heating. There's going to be high energy efficiency utilities and appliances. We're even going to add solar panels. You know, he's got me salivating about how good it is. And then I go and I look at the other project that we're going to put next door that will be more likely than not financed through HUD. And I asked that developer, so what is your 50 units going to look like? And they say, well, first of all, we're not going to do any parking because we don't expect people to have cars. Then I look at, okay, well, what are you doing about noise? It's like, well, noise, we have certain things. We're going to put such and such panels onto the construction. But what I know is that compared to the market rate project, that the construction going into that project is a little bit better materials, a little bit more addressing the comfort of living there. So where is the injustice? Well, the injustice is the profit property has a little bit better of everything, right? The other one has a little bit less than the everything. So what's the injustice? Well, the injustice can be as much as what kind of appliances are you putting in there? Why are you not putting solar panels on that affordable housing project? Why aren't you putting low flow toilets and sinks and all that? Why aren't you putting solar panels on it? Why aren't you putting more trees to increase the air quality around that structure? Because if you look at photographs of those two properties next to each other, I will tell you that most likely the market rate one is going to have huge vegetation, xenoscaping, water collection, stormwater collection, all the bells and whistles, and it's going to look beautiful because of all these big trees they're putting around. That's the injustice. So how do you put that into your environmental review record under the heading of environmental justice? Well, what I'm suggesting to folks is let's make the mitigation be the gap between justice and injustice, or injustice and justice. So make sure you put in high efficiency appliances, tree cover, water collection, solar panel, energy efficiency. I think to me that makes the most sense, because what I'm seeing in the documents is there's no environmental justice issue. These people should be happy to get affordable housing. Does that make sense? So putting in affordable housing is not environmental justice by itself.
I really like Liz's answer for lots of reasons, but one particular thing is maybe you had some insight into the dynamics. Like on one hand, Bill Clinton issues an executive order on environmental justice in 1992, and agencies start to develop policies. But where Liz is going is and there are people like Liz all over the country in the federal agencies who implement these policies, and everything is in black and white. There's a lot of gray areas, and there are bureaucrats who could push it in the right way to make less injustice, there are also bureaucrats who could say, oh, this is a bunch of crap and I'm not going to pay attention to it. So part of it is you gotta, like we said, you gotta get your voice heard, you gotta get a seat at the table, you gotta be in the planning process. You also gotta psych out, who are you dealing with? Is this person receptive, or are they trying to undermine where I'm going?
So is this a good point for Mark to sum up the day and for us to thank everybody for being with us?
Well, that'll work for me then. Man, it was a long day, but I think an extremely productive day. The morning just seemed to kind of fly by, and then in the afternoon, we seemed like we ran out of time to work on maps. I know I'm still kind of fascinated looking through the different maps. I had Andy took me back to about 45 years ago and looking at some of those masks from that area around the Gran Quivira Pueblo. And so winding it up with a talk of how this works in with the actual work we do with environmental justice, with some of the planning and the goals of that planning to provide environmental justice for not just our own tribal members, but we want to see that overarching throughout the country. I think there's not more than just good ideas here. There's actionable things that we can do to make the land better. I'm kind of along with Lance. I'm not really a big fan of the word sustainable. It tends to imply that we can just keep taking from the earth without regard for waste and things like that. And so the tools we have here are a great way to combine the cultures, which are so diverse from Native American lands, and put them into frameworks that we can use to clean up places, to develop places, to make them worthwhile places to live. So I really appreciate everyone taking the time out to hang out for the duration. I had a great time. Maps are something that I can spend days just working on, and I really appreciate the work that you guys put out. I learned from places from Cedar Point, where I want to go ride a roller coaster, all the way to Bristol Bay, which I'm glad to see that the work there is slowing down and hopefully stopping. But thank you all very much. Have a great weekend. Really appreciate your attendance, and Cynthia and Eugene, the people there in Hollywood. Great job. We thank you all. I had a great time, and y'all have a great weekend.
Hey, don't forget to fill out the survey in the chat box.
Thank you, Eugene. I was gonna mention that. If you haven't already, please. It's what helps us continue hosting these virtuals and any other trainings that we might be able to eventually do on site. So please, please, please. And thank you for being here the entire day. That's a huge feat. I know that sitting for hours on end can be a little much. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. This is a great day. I got a lot of it. I want to thank you guys for your kind words.
Kermit, now I need to get out there and see the yacht club.
With global climate change, who knows where we'll have yacht clubs in the future.
Well, have a great weekend, everyone. Be safe. Stay healthy.
Thank you, everyone.
Gigawabaman, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.